From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
I'm Bill Stanley, your moderator for Session 2 this afternoon, and a couple of items that I thought I'd just throw out at you for the sake of knowledge. The city canal that was mentioned by several of our speakers was completed on November 21st, 1815, which connected the Potomac River to the eastern branch, which is now the Anacostia River. As an employee of the Department of Commerce, I became fascinated with the canal, and determined and found out that not only was Constitution Avenue the canal, but there's a series of lock houses. The one that's closest to the Commerce Building is located at 15th and Constitution Avenue. A lot of people think it's something to do with the Park Service, storage, whatever. It's actually one of the lock houses. In addition, in the sub-basement of the Department of Commerce, which I wandered down there many years ago, there's a wooden trap door, which I opened, and flowing underneath there was Tiber Creek. Most interesting. Another item, the first census was taken in 1799, and as of 1820, the population within the District of Columbia had reached 33,000, of which 15,700 and some lived in Alexandria and Georgetown. There were some 4,000 free African Americans within the district, and another 6,200 slaves. And as most of you know, slavery was abolished April 16, 1862 within the district. I thought those facts were relevant as we move forward with the afternoon session and even in tomorrow morning. Without further ado, let me begin with our first speaker, who is Mr. Chaz Langelan. Chaz is a retired professional land surveyor. He practiced for more than 40 years in Washington and ran a busy survey office on Capitol Hill before retiring in 2008. Chaz was the first private surveyor ever registered in the District of Columbia. Today, Chaz serves on the board of a half-dozen professional organizations, including the D.C. Association of Land Surveyors, the Washington Map Society, and the Maryland Society of Surveyors. Chaz's paper today is entitled Andrew Ellicott and His Survey of the Federal Territory on the Potomac, 1791-1793. Please welcome Mr. Chaz Langelan.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. Let's see if this thing works. These slide advancers have 4 buttons, and no matter what you push, they're wrong. This is Garrett W. Jeck's 1931 painting of depicting a scene that actually happened several times. George Washington, obviously, riding the land of the new city of Washington with the commissioners, and Andrew Ellicott, who is dapperly dressed in the latest 1792 fashions, and Andrew Ellicott, the genius surveyor we're going to be talking about today, and Benjamin Banneker, who assisted him for a few months. What's Andrew Ellicott holding? Right there. I'm going to use my construction site voice, but I have to move away from the mic. Can you hear me? No! Andrew Ellicott is holding the Colonial Open Site Surveyor's Compass. This is the pre-telescope instrument used in colonial America. It's a compass, but instead of a telescope like modern survey instruments have, it has open sight slits like a tall rifle sight. The instrument does not tilt like a telescope does today. If you're going uphill, you put your eye low and you look high. That's why they're tall. If you're going downhill, you put your eye high and look down. This was used in Carroll County, Maryland, where I live, up until the 1970s. But really went out of use when the telescope transit was introduced in America about 1830. I'll talk about the rest of the instruments a little later. Okay, Chaz, do this right. That, of course, is Andrew Ellicott's wonderful 100-square-mile topographic map of the District of Columbia we'll talk about later. The reason there are many famous people involved in the survey of Washington, D.C. Land surveyor George Washington, thousands of books about him, tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands. There may be 1 million books about George Washington. Land surveyor Thomas Jefferson, same thing, thousands and thousands of books. Pierre L'Enfant, that's an artist's conception based on a portrait of his father. So if you buy into that the kid looks like his old man, that's L'Enfant. There's stacks and stacks, truckloads of books about L'Enfant. Benjamin Banneker, in the last 25 years, amazing number of books, publications, talks, articles, TV shows about Benjamin Banneker. There he is with Andrew Ellicott's transit and equal altitude instrument. But the last guy involved in the survey of Washington, Andrew Ellicott, one book, 1908, published by a descendant. It's all the letters he wrote home to his family from all his far-flung surveying expeditions, and that's the only biography of Andrew Ellicott that has ever been published. 1908. You have to read his letters to find out where he was and what he was doing, but he's very good. He wrote home about every 3 days, and that's how we know. If it wasn't for this, we wouldn't know. In addition, Andrew Ellicott's journals, which are basically his reports on his surveys, have been published. He wrote some papers on how he did the survey of Washington that is available from the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia. And there have been articles. People have written articles, some of them true, some of them false. This is Andrew Ellicott, in my opinion and many others, one of the most significant scientific minds of the late 1700s and early 1800s. He was a scientist, a surveyor. He was an instrument maker. If you're an instrument maker, in this time period, there are no factories making surveying instruments. Everything is made by hand by a craftsman instrument maker. If you are making the instrument, you have to understand the math, the surveying, the astronomy, how to machine things, how to make things, all the craftsmanship. Andrew Ellicott's an instrument maker, a clock maker, a cartographer, an inventor, a mathematician, and an astronomer. The whole Ellicott family is like that and has been from generations. His father's like that. This is an extended family. Andrew Ellicott is one of 9 kids, and the family adopted 6 more orphaned children. So he's one of 15 kids, and then there's uncles, cousins. I'm going to push the wrong thing here. All right. The best way that I ever know to start is with the beginning. All geodetic surveying in America begins with Mason and Dixon. And this is a painting of Mason and Dixon that we actually reenacted, we surveyors, in 2002. That's Charles Mason. That's Jeremiah Dixon. When I say geodetic surveying, that's surveying shorthand for surveys positioned from the stars that take into account curvature of the Earth. That's what I'm talking about. Prior to Mason and Dixon, 1763, there are no surveys in North America that are done from the stars and take into account the curvature of the Earth. They are the first. They bring the technology, which they themselves, I think, invented, over from England. What impresses me about this, more than anything else, is Charles Mason is doing his astronomical and mathematical and geodetical computations with a quill pen on a piece of paper. Today, if a surveyor does not have his Pentium computer and his millimeter accuracy GPS and his wireless internet, he tells the client it can't be done. But it can be. This is the Mason-Dixon line. Over 300 miles. It's the borderline between Delaware and Maryland and Pennsylvania and Maryland. Mason and Dixon survey this line. It's about 320 miles total. And on their crew, as a young man, is the great David Rittenhouse of Norristown, Pennsylvania. Another genius, scientist, mathematician, astronomer. He learns the technique from Mason and Dixon on the Mason and Dixon survey. Mason and Dixon survey is not an Ellicott survey. That's where Rittenhouse learns from the two masters. Andrew Ellicott's first survey. Andrew Ellicott was not on the Mason-Dixon line. In 1770, the whole Ellicott family, extended family, 50, 60 cousins, uncles, moved from Bucks County, Pennsylvania, which is just north of Philly, to the new land they have purchased on the Patapsco River, which becomes Ellicott City. They build mills, Ellicott's mills. There are 2 mills that they build on the Patapsco, plus they build a mill on Jones Falls, plus they build another one at Elk Ridge Landing. These guys are the Industrial Revolution wrapped up in one large family. Andrew Ellicott is 16 years old when he moves with his whole family, his mom, his dad, and all his 14, I guess, brothers and sisters, from Pennsylvania to Maryland. And the first significant survey he does with his dad, his cousins, and everybody else, Andrew Ellicott surveys and builds, not Andrew, the Ellicotts survey and build about the first 20 or 25 miles of the national road. Now, the official national road, financed by the U.S. government, starts at Cumberland, Maryland, and runs to Vandalia, Illinois, the original capital of Illinois. But there's an eastern part that goes from Cumberland, which is about there, to Baltimore. And that is a series of private roads. About every 20 miles is built by another private turnpike company, and every 20 miles you have to pay toll to a different private company. The first 20 miles or so is built by the Ellicott family. Why do they build the first 20 miles? To bring machinery and raw materials to their mills at Ellicott City and to ship their products out. And there is no road that will handle that, so they build it. Try thinking about getting a permit to do that today. The first Andrew Ellicott geodetic survey, I don't know if you noticed when we had the Mason-Dixon line, but Mason and Dixon were stopped in 1767, 22 miles from the actual edge of Pennsylvania. They never were able to finish their survey. The Iroquois stopped them, 22 miles short of the western edge of Pennsylvania. Said, if you take one more step, we're going to kill you all. And they weren't smiling when they said it. So that was the end of the Mason-Dixon survey. 20 years later, 1784, less than 20 years, the American Revolution has happened. The British are gone. The French are gone. The Indians are in full retreat to the Ohio Valley. And a survey crew is put together by the states of Virginia and Pennsylvania to complete the file of 22 miles. And who leads it? David Rittenhouse, who learned from Mason and Dixon. The survey is done with Mason and Dixon's original equipment, which is still at Harrisburg. Andrew Ellicott is on the crew that does this 22 miles. And that's where he learns the astronomical and geodetic techniques brought over to this country by Mason and Dixon. He learns them from David Rittenhouse. So it goes like this. Mason and Dixon teach David Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse trains Andrew Ellicott. All right. I'm going to go through the surveys that Ellicott does before the city of Washington. Then we'll talk about the city of Washington. Then I want to wrap this up by his remarkable career after the city of Washington. After they do the 22 miles of the Mason-Dixon line, David Rittenhouse goes home and Andrew Ellicott's in charge, doing the entire western boundary of Pennsylvania. This is like 200 miles. It's a longitude. They need a person who knows how to do longitude. Andrew Ellicott's now in charge of the crew doing geodetic surveying. This line is, there's lots in the eastern United States, there's lots and lots of famous Ellicott lines and Ellicott stones and Ellicott marks, and DC's got them. This is the first famous Ellicott line. That is the line that becomes get it right, Chaz, the initial principal meridian of the United States public land system. For those of you who, this is starting to get technical surveying, but for you, those of you who don't know about the two kinds of surveys in this country, if you've ever been on an airliner flying across the country and it's a clear day, you may have noticed that in the east, all the properties are jumbled together, cattywampus, cockeyed, it's all higgledy-piggledy, but when you get about to Ohio, they become square, 1 mile square pieces of property. That's the U.S. public land system, 1 mile square parcels. So the U.S. public land system all begins on this longitude put in by Ellicott in 1785, 1786. And not only that, as part of this survey on the north bank of the Ohio River, Andrew Ellicott sets the origin point for the U.S. public land system. NASA's astronauts in space tell us that from outer space, the first thing that you can see that would give alien invaders a clue that the Earth might be inhabited by intelligent beings is the work of American land surveyors. Out west, the United States rectangular public land system can be seen further out into space than any other thing made by man. Andrew Ellicott sets the original point for it and the original line for it. His next survey is for the state of Pennsylvania, or Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. They want the Allegheny and Ohio rivers mapped out within the borders of Pennsylvania. So they want the islands, they want the rapids, they want the shallows, they want the major settlements that are along, they want where tributaries are coming in. He spends the entire year of 1788 mapping out the two rivers for the government of Pennsylvania. Next survey. This survey of the western edge of Ohio, the western edge of Pennsylvania, and his next survey here, the western boundary of New York State, are the surveys that bring him to the attention of George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. This is done for Pennsylvania, but this survey, the western boundary of New York State, is done for the United States federal government. I've never quite figured that one out. But Andrew Ellicott is doing that job. He's doing the western boundary of the state of New York. He's doing it for the federal government, and his work is so accurate, it is so excellent, it comes to the attention of George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. And note the year, we're getting close to the city of Washington. Then he does another famous survey as part of this, the first survey ever done of Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls had never been measured. You can't go out there with a measuring stick. You have to do it by trigonometric triangulation, very advanced for 1790. But Andrew Ellicott does the first survey of Niagara Falls, another excellent job that comes to the attention of George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. And Andrew Ellicott is being assisted on this survey, and this survey by his two brothers, both younger, Benjamin Ellicott and Joseph Ellicott. So it's like the Ellicott survey crew. They are on this job and they are not finished when a courier on a lathered horse comes with dispatches from Thomas Jefferson. Please take the first available transportation to the new federal district on the Potomac for the purpose of making a survey. They aren't done. This job has 2 or 3 months to go. He turns the boundary of New York over to his brothers and the crew. And Ellicott comes to Washington all alone, but he brings his equipment. He doesn't bring his crew, he brings his equipment to the city of Washington. Everything's right about this picture except Andrew Ellicott's white hair. Benjamin Banneker was 60 years old at the time and probably had white hair. It's because he leaves his crew at New York that Benjamin Banneker comes into the picture. Because why? He's got no crew. Jefferson throws together a scratch pickup crew of local surveyors, some of whom aren't bad. 6 guys. Normal crew in those days is 20 to 30. They give Andrew Ellicott 6 guys, but nobody really knows what they're doing. Andrew Ellicott has to be out in the field all day running the crew. He cannot also be under the astronomical instruments at night doing the astronomy observation. He either needs another good surveyor to run the crew during the day so he can do the astronomy, or he needs another astronomer. That's how Benjamin Banneker gets into the picture. Benjamin Banneker is probably portrayed accurately here. He was a farmer. He lived on the hill above Ellicott City. His cabin has been restored, and they have a nice park there. He only had farmer's clothing, and he was going to be meeting the president and the secretary of state. So the surveyors all pitched in and bought him a nice suit of clothes, so we know he was well-dressed. 60 years old, he probably had white hair. And Andrew, all depictions of Andrew Ellicott are based on that original portrait that I showed you in the beginning, a side view of him. He was 56 years old when that portrait was done, and he had white hair. He was 37 when he did the survey of Washington. He didn't look like this. He had blonde hair. But the instrument is accurate. Are there any surveyors in the crowd? Ah, I'm not forsaken. Guys, check this out. This is Andrew Ellicott's transit and equal altitude instrument. It's his telescope surveying instrument. He built it himself. Note that the stanchions are back slanted so that you can elevate the telescope up to the stars higher. And note also, this will be lost on everybody but the surveyors. It's self-leveling. He has built a heavy plumb bob into this thing. That is an innovation as modern as tomorrow morning. Self-leveling instruments did not become available to us modern surveyors until very late in my career, like, 2003 or something. And here, Andrew Ellicott has built one himself. And look at that tripod, guys. You could set a Chevy V8 on that thing, it wouldn't even creak. This is in the Smithsonian today. It's one whale of a piece of equipment. Very, very accurate. I'll talk about them a little later. As a matter of fact, I'll talk about them now. Okay. When I was in surveying school, it was almost 48 years ago, and I had a single semester of astronomy. So nobody's allowed to quiz me real close on this when it comes to question and answer, all right? But here's what I know. This is the transit and equal altitude instrument. It's a telescopic surveying instrument. You can lay out lines on the ground very, very accurately and straight. But what you really do with it astronomically is it gives you your due north meridian, bang on, absolutely accurate, and it gives you your local time, the exact time where you are by the stars. Very, very accurate. You can also use it for regular conventional surveying. This, by the way, it was made by Andrew Ellicott, and this here is an enlargement of the plate that sits on it right there. Now the zenith sector. I've never used one of these and don't really claim, I'm a little fuzzy on this, but if I lose you, it's because I'm lost myself. This is a 6-foot-long astronomical telescope that looks straight up from wherever you set it. If the world is round and you set this thing up, it's got very sensitive leveling bubbles. You are looking straight out into space from the center of the Earth. You have to lay on your back all night in the snow. Remember, this survey takes place in January, February, March, okay? You're laying in the snow or the wet on your back, looking straight up for hours and hours. The reason they want to go straight up in astronomy, you have what's called it's trigonometry, but it's a spherical triangle. You have zenith angle, right ascension, and declination. It's a triangle, but all the sides are curved, okay? So it gets screwy real quick. Zenith distance is straight up. So if you have a telescope that looks straight up, you've taken one of the complicated computations out of it. The second reason they use this is because when you look at a star this way, you get atmospheric refraction. You get refraction from the atmosphere, and the dot of light that you see as the star is not the same place that the star really is. Today, astronomers have corrections for that. But if you look straight up, you don't have atmospheric refraction. If you look straight out from the center of the Earth, it takes that problem away. As I understand it, the way this thing works, it's straight up, but you can swing it. You align this angle scale with your meridian, straight up, due north, due south, and you can swing it about 10 degrees in each direction. And it's got crosshairs, if you can get two stars coming across your crosshairs at roughly the same time, they don't have to be exactly the same time, so you got crosshairs. If you can get a star coming across and a star coming across at roughly the same time and about the same distance from the center of your crosshairs, you can get your latitude very, very tight. Don't quiz me anymore on that because I don't understand how you can do that. But I think it's the same principle as using a sextant with any star, but you're doing it with two stars, and as I understand it can be any two stars. You can get your latitude with this baby absolutely bang on. But you have to lay on your back in the snow, sometimes for 2 weeks to do it. These things were actually in use, believe it or not, well into the 1900s. Jupiter. Now, we all know that Jupiter doesn't oscillate back and forth. I stole this from NASA's website, okay? It's the best I could get. All right, from those two instruments we just looked at, you've got your local time, you've got your due north meridian, and you've got latitude. What's missing? Longitude. That's the one that involves knowing how many hours you are from Greenwich. Galileo, with the very first telescope he ever built, discovered that the moons of Jupiter, the 4 main moons of Jupiter, Jupiter has 4 big moons and a couple dozen little ones. The big ones have names. One of them is named after Newt Gingrich's wife. They are, I'm serious, Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callista are the 4 main moons of Jupiter. They whiz around Jupiter, and it was the Royal Observatory at Greenwich. They whiz around Jupiter on an absolutely predictable mathematical schedule, and the Royal Observatory of Greenwich took observations on. By that, when I say I whiz around, they come out from behind the planet, swing around, come back in front of the planet, then they go out this way, then they disappear behind it, and all 4 of them are constantly doing it. The Royal Observatory at Greenwich publishes an ephemeris, which is one of those 89-cent words that means a bus schedule of these moons. And the angles are such from Jupiter, and the distances are such, that if you are on this planet and can see Jupiter and its moons with your telescope, it doesn't matter if you're in England or Cairo or Sumatra or Cape Town or North America. The angle doesn't change enough to throw your time off. If you can so what does Andrew Ellicott do? Do this right, Chaz. He uses this baby to observe the moons of Jupiter. This is the time-honored technique that Mason and Dixon brought over. You, again, have to watch this thing. Of course, it's never that simple. Jupiter has an atmosphere. So just at the exact moment when the moon is coming out from behind, it tends to get fuzzy. So you have to do multiple repetitions of multiple moons over and over and over again. But if you do, you have Greenwich Mean Time from the ephemeris. If you've got the moons of Jupiter and the ephemeris published by Greenwich, you are home free because you now know your local time and you now know your Greenwich Mean Time. If you actually work out the arithmetic on all this hour and angle stuff, if you are out 1 second from Greenwich Mean Time, you are out 1 mile in position. You can work out the math and prove it to yourself. The radius, the diameter of the Earth, 360 degrees, 24 hours a day, solve it all back out. There's a famous boundary, a state boundary out west. I don't know which states it is, but it's 4 miles out of position. Everybody says, how could those surveyors have possibly been 4 miles out of position? They had their Greenwich Mean Time, 4 seconds off. All right, back to Earth. Land surveyor George Washington wrote the metes and bounds description, the legal description of the District of Columbia. It's recorded in 2 Maryland State Legislature Acts, 2 Virginia State Legislature Acts, and 2 Acts of Congress. This is written by land surveyor George Washington, and just demonstrating how he wanted it. It's almost like word-for-word instructions on how he wants the survey run. This says, if you read this, it says, first do this line, then do that line, then go to the terminuses and make them intersect, okay? Here's how Andrew Ellicott actually does it. This is a later map. It's like 1820. The only reason I chose it to display this is because it's a nice, clean map, okay? This is how you do this. This is the same way Mason and Dixon did the Mason-Dixon line. You don't make any attempt to run the actual boundary line exactly itself. You put in lines of experiment. You start from an astronomical observation. You run maybe 5 miles. This line has to be absolutely ramrod straight. No bends, no hiccups. If you have any kind of a twist or kink in it, you have lost everything. Then you do another astronomical observation. Now you do another. You go around the other side. Andrew Ellicott does this job clockwise. He doesn't do it the way George Washington said. He comes clockwise. He's about here on this job when he gets a note from George Washington say, hey, while you're out there, why don't you do us a topographic map of the whole 100 square miles? You know, the job just got a whole lot bigger. Closes back in on Jones Point, does the arithmetic. Now where are you? You have astronomical latitudes and longitudes at each one of these points. You know where you are on the planet, and you can compute where the stones have to be. This is how Mason and Dixon stones were set. You put them in by what we surveyors call station and offset, which is simply how far down the line and how far over. So if I'm putting this stone, how far down from where I know I am in the direction to where I know I am do I go down the line, and how far over do I go? This technique is still used on state highway jobs today, station and offset. That's how the stones are put in. The actual line is not run. Now, Andrew Ellicott is, of course, much closer to the actual line than I've depicted here. I exaggerated the whole thing. I exaggerated the whole thing for clarity, but that's how the survey is done. That's how the stones are put in. By the way, this is another technical survey. This is for the surveyors, okay? Remember we talked about the eastern states are screwball, cattywampus, cockeyed, metes and bounds, English surveys, and the western states are the public land states. There is one tiny spot in the east that is a U.S. public land survey, and it is the original city of Washington. This is something the surveyors know that not too many other people do know. The original survey of Washington, not Georgetown, not the rest of the district. The title to the land was acquired by the federal government. It was surveyed by the federal government. It was staked out by the federal government, and it was subdivided by federal government surveyors and then sold to new owners to raise money for the Treasury. That's a public land survey. It's the only place in the East it is that I know of. Thomas Jefferson's famous sketch. Thomas Jefferson was a surveyor. Here's his wonderful English theodolite, a telescope instrument. Here's a statue of Thomas Jefferson surveying the University of Virginia, and there's the same instrument. And here's his sketch. Everybody always wonders about this sketch. This is Thomas Jefferson's concept drawing that he gives to George Washington and I think L'Enfant about what he thinks the federal capital ought to be. This is famous. It's about 20 blocks over in Foggy Bottom. And everybody says, well, what's with this? You know, that's, a little tiny. When you see this, just think of Ron Paul. Okay? Thomas Jefferson is the original small government guy. He does not want to see the federal government ever get big and powerful, and that's what this is all about. He's thinking if we don't give them much space, they can't get big. So whenever you see this famous sketch from Thomas Jefferson, it's like something they scribbled up on a napkin at the bar between rounds of drinks. This is Ron Paul's concept sketch of what the United States Capitol ought to be, and that's exactly what it is. That's where it comes from. 3 images of Pierre L'Enfant that people claim are accurate. Nobody really knows. This is from the Army Corps of Engineers. It's a coin, a medal they put out. They claim it's an accurate depiction of a young engineer officer in L'Enfant, but they don't have anything to prove it. This is the silhouette that he did. It looks like much later in life. He's an old guy when this is done. Looks like his nose has been punched a few times. And this is an artist's conception that is based on a portrait of his father, so it might be right. Jefferson's concept sketch was very, very minor, very small little town. L'Enfant, of course, comes through with this. This is the 1887, I think, Coast and Geodetic capture or tracing of L'Enfant's plan, which isn't entirely accurate. I know the experts are going to throw rocks at me, but I have a theory about all this. Remember that first painting of George Washington on a horse with all his guys and they're riding the city? Here's my theory. I think, I'm going to have to duck when I say this. I think L'Enfant and Washington reverted just as easy and naturally as 2 seconds into their old roles from the war, commanding officer and major of engineers. And they rode the city's terrain together, picking out positions. They picked out the high points. They picked out the high points. If it was in the war, they would have put their emplacements there or their readouts. But now that it's peacetime, what do they put there? Their traffic circles. What are the traffic circles? The intersection points of the avenue. They ride the land. They pick out the good ground, just like military officers would do. They put the traffic circles on the good ground. They put the Capitol on the good ground, the White House. Then they run the avenues between them. And I don't think it's any more complicated than that. It was two military officers reverting back to the war, which to them would have seemed like it just ended yesterday. That's my theory. Okay, I'm not going to go into all the things that go wrong with L'Enfant, but he basically ticks off some of the most influential property owners, and he's in constant hot water with the commissioners. I know other speakers are going to talk about that. L'Enfant is dismissed 1 week less than a year from the day he's hired. And who do you think George Washington asked to take over the whole thing now that L'Enfant is canned? Andrew Ellicott. And this is a portrait of Benjamin Ellicott. The only portraits we have of the Ellicotts are when they're elderly. We have none when they're young, except that who was it? Patrick O'Neill had one or somebody. This is Benjamin Ellicott, take over the city plan. L'Enfant is dismissed, and he's in Philadelphia when it happens. And he's got his plan with him, and he's got his sketches with him, and his notebooks are with him. And he hasn't been paid. Now, he gives George Washington a plan. George Washington's got the plan, but he thinks the rest of it's proprietary until he gets paid. He doesn't get paid anything for decades. He doesn't turn over his sketches and notes and computations. So Andrew Ellicott is asked to, and George Washington tells Andrew Ellicott, get a plan of the city to the printer to print right now. I want it yesterday. I don't care what it looks like. And in 10 days, Benjamin Ellicott and Andrew Ellicott turn out this plan from memory. It has hundreds and hundreds of differences. All they are going by is a few sketches that Benjamin Ellicott has. Benjamin Ellicott has been working with Andrew on the survey, and he's been moonlighting in L'Enfant's engineering office as a draftsman. And he's got it in his head. And he's also got some sketches in his desk drawer. Andrew Ellicott knows the terrain very, very well. He's been surveying it for George Washington. In 10 days, they turn this out. It has hundreds of differences from the L'Enfant plan, but it's easily explainable. They are doing it mostly from memory and a few sketches and notes. Here are the two plans side by side. I'm going to teach you the trick that I teach my third grade class. Every year I get invited to talk about this to a third grade class on Capitol Hill, and I teach them the trick, and they go home and amaze their parents. You walk into restaurants and offices and real estate offices and law offices and architects' offices all over Washington. They got an old plan. They got an old plan of the city hanging on the wall. If you know the trick, you can nail it. L'Enfant, 1792, and they all go, ooh, an expert. You're no expert, you just know the trick. We say in surveying, you don't know the trade till you know the tricks. It's helpful if somebody will label them for you, but if they won't, what's the trick? All you do is look at Massachusetts Avenue. That's Mass Avenue, right there, the biggest, most prominent street on the plan. On the L'Enfant plan, what did I do? Oh, yeah. A lot of people say, well, it's easy to tell them apart, Chaz. That's no problem. Ellicott's plan has the square numbers. L'Enfant's plan has no square numbers on it. But you can't always go by that. The very first published Ellicott plan has no square numbers. So you look at Massachusetts Avenue, this one right here. On the L'Enfant plan, it droops. On the Ellicott plan, it's ramrod straight, like a red-blooded American surveyor would make it. Here's a trick. Moustache. Mustache is a French word. If Mass Avenue droops like a Frenchman's mustache, it's the French. If it's straight, it's Andrew Ellicott. There are hundreds and hundreds of differences like this, but that's the most prominent one. So, my third graders can go into any restaurant or any place, say, Ellicott plan, 1792. Everybody goes, ooh, an expert. This draftsmanship is Benjamin Ellicott. It is not Andrew Ellicott. We have examples of enough of their other drawings. The Ellicott plans are not drafted by Andrew. They are drafted by Benjamin, who was an excellent draftsman, just great. And he went on to be a United States congressman. Okay, none of the history books record. You won't find this in any book about the Survey of Washington. In the middle of the Survey of Washington, Andrew Ellicott gets a call from the Donald Trump of that era. Robert Morris, the wealthiest person in the United States, who personally, single-handedly financed the American Revolution, lending millions of dollars to Congress to get through that war. We'd never be a country if it hadn't been for him. Robert Morris is involved in a boundary dispute in western New York. Ellicott's in the middle of the Survey of Washington, gets a call. I mean, this guy's like Donald Trump and Warren Buffett and Bill Gates all rolled together. He doesn't get a call, he gets a courier on horseback. Come on up to western, he gets a text message. Come on up to western New York, I need you. He's involved in what's called a boundary dispute over what's called the preemption line. The preemption line is an old Indian tract boundary that also is the limits of Connecticut's claims in western New York. Connecticut is one of about 6 original 13 colonies that have vast western land claims. Connecticut claims land in western New York, western Pennsylvania, and Ohio. 2 surveyors have attempted, and Robert Morris has interest in this, 2 surveyors have attempted to stake this line out, and they are disagreeing side to side, 6 miles. Okay, what does that mean? One of them or both of them has their Greenwich Mean Time a couple seconds off. That's all it is. Who do they need to fix it? Andrew Ellicott, the guy with the equipment and the knowledge to nail Greenwich Mean Time cold. So he says to the commissioners and George Washington, see ya. He turns over the Survey of Washington, which is actually in pretty good shape at this time, because the Ellicott plan of the city has been published. They're still working on the topographic map. He's got his guys all over the 100 square miles with plane tables doing the topographic map. And he can actually leave. They don't need his expertise at that moment. He bails for this. This is 90 miles through the mountains of western New York. He handles it like it's a Sunday afternoon moonlighting job, like a walk in the park. Nails it cold. Here's your line, and the line is accepted as satisfactory by both parties. Then he is back to the Survey of Washington. This is his final plan, much more elaborate. I think this is his final plan. There's actually 3 versions. I get them confused myself, but there's the original Thacker and Valence, then there's the Samuel Hill of Boston, then there's a later Thacker and Valence, which is what I believe this is. Again, Benjamin Ellicott's drafting. And then, in June of 1793, he completes this wonderful 100 square miles. This would kill a modern surveyor, having to do 100 square miles the way he did it with plane tables, but he did. As one of the speakers said this morning, he submits this to George Washington without the city on it, because it's an existing conditions plan. It's supposed to be existing topo. There's no city. So he submits it. It's just a flat area. Washington kicks it back and says, hey, how about putting a city on so people can be able to see how the city relates? So he does. So when you are looking at this, to put it in modern surveying terminology, you are looking at an existing conditions plan with a proposed site plan shown. This is the proposed site plan. None of that is actually there. back to Ellicott's career after Washington. I wanted to include this because it's remarkable. After Washington, D.C. survey, Ellicott resigns in May of 1794. The first job he gets is to do a road for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania from Reading to Erie. Erie doesn't exist at the time, so it's called Presque Isle, which is like an island in Lake Erie. This is hundreds of miles through the mountains of western Pennsylvania. Andrew does the survey, Andrew designs the road, and Andrew supervises the construction of the road. This is U.S. Route 322 today. If you've ever done much traveling in Pennsylvania, you've been on 322. Next survey, he lays out the cities of Erie, Waterford, and Warren, Pennsylvania. These are very old towns. They have the standard conventional 90-degree grid system, so it's clear that it's clear that L'Enfant deserves all the credit for the inspired plan of Washington. If there had been no L'Enfant and it had been Ellicott doing the plan of Washington, you'd have had a conventional north, south, east, west grid system. Because he does 3 cities, and that's exactly what he does. Now he's back from work for the federal government. The federal government sends him on an expedition that's going to take 4 years, and what he has to do is survey the line between the then existing United States of America and Spanish Florida. But on the way, Thomas Jefferson wants him to map the Ohio River, latitudes and longitudes of every major bend, every major tributary, every major settlement along the river, starting with Wheeling. It's 4 years before they get home from all this. The first year is spent mapping the Ohio River all the way to its junction with the Mississippi. Second year, mapping the Mississippi River, latitudes and longitudes of Natchez, Vicksburg, all the major tributaries that come in. Then 2 years, I believe, spent surveying the boundary between, this is the southern boundary of the United States right now, so this is an international boundary line. Spain owns Florida. And in those days, before steam engines, you came down the Mississippi. You didn't go back up it. There was no rowing power or sail power that was going to take you north on the Mississippi against that current. So you have to catch a ship home. There's no other way home. Well, this is in the buildup, believe it or not, to the War of 1812, and the Royal Navy the British Royal Navy is fighting everybody. They're at war with Spain, who owns this. They're at war with France, who owns this. And they are impressing American sailors off of every ship that sails. The British warships leave Portsmouth with a skeleton crew, and it's the captain's problem where he's going to get his sailors. And what they do is they impress, basically enslave American seamen off of every ship. No ships are leaving New Orleans or Pensacola. You cannot get passage back to the world. But there's a schooner sitting in the harbor of New Orleans with a for sale sign on it. You know, I've included this even though it's not a survey, because I've always been impressed with this particular exploit. Andrew Ellicott has never been to sea, not even as a passenger. He takes over this schooner as captain. Buys the schooner. His crew is his landlubber surveyors. These guys have never been on a ship. They came down the Mississippi on a raft. That's it as far as their sailing. He is unable to hire a captain. He is unable to hire any sailors in New Orleans. But Andrew Ellicott can stone cold navigate, and he's got charts. So off they go, out into the ocean, and they don't know how to tack. They don't know how to sail against the wind. They are sailing sideways. They are sailing backwards, but they make it to Pensacola. Andrew Ellicott's guys, he's got like 45 guys, and they're strung out all along this line. About 15 of him and him get the boat, the old tub, out. He names it the Sally after it's the USS Sally. I don't think they hit it with champagne because it's so old, I think they'd break it. But he names it after his daughter, the USS Sally. They actually make it to Pensacola, picks up some more of his guys, and a couple of wharf rats from the bars of Pensacola who have had some limited sailing experience. And with that, out they go down around the Horn of Florida, right off my dumb little map here like Christopher Columbus, out into the Atlantic. This is the graveyard of sailors and vessels since the days of the Spanish Main, through the Florida Keys. Now, the actual voyage is zig, 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 because they don't know how to sail. But I've made it nice and smooth here. And the map doesn't show because I screwed it up, but they actually put in right here and pick up the rest of their guys, then sail probably to Savannah, Georgia, and they probably arrived in the harbor sailing backwards, but they made it. And from Savannah, Georgia, they were able to book passage on an actual vessel and get home to Philadelphia. And Andrew Ellicott, after 4 years out, brings every single man back alive and in good health. I've been impressed with this. If this was me, I'm a landlubber too, none of us would ever have been heard from again. 1803, this is a famous training session. Andrew Ellicott at Lancaster, Pennsylvania, trains Meriwether Lewis in astronomy for his journey west, which is about to start with William Clark. Here's how it works. Mason and Dixon train Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse trains Ellicott. Ellicott trains Meriwether Lewis. This is a passing of the torch to a new generation. Andrew Ellicott's career is winding down. New people are learning. It's not just Meriwether Lewis. It's lots and lots of people who go on to famous surveying careers out west. Thomas Hutchins, Israel Putnam, all these guys, and a lot more are trained by Andrew Ellicott. For 11 years, he's chief surveyor of Pennsylvania. That's the Surveyor General of Pennsylvania. He's at Lancaster, the land office, and he does so many surveys personally, and he is also responsible for checking so many surveyors done by his deputies that the only way to possibly depict it is to speckle the whole state of Pennsylvania because he's everywhere doing hundreds of surveys. There are lots of surveys with Andrew Ellicott's signature on them. Some of it's his work, some of it is not. Some of it's the work of deputies. In 1811 and 1812, he is hired to survey the boundary between Georgia and North Carolina. They are fighting over it's a latitude in the agreement, but they are fighting over whether the latitude is. This is the site of the famous Ellicott's Rock. There are lots of famous Ellicott monuments. Ellicott's Rock is on the eastern end of this. He has to set a monument on the eastern end, and what's there but a huge boulder? So he chisels GA for Georgia in the south side and NC for North Carolina in the north side, and that is Ellicott's Rock. 1813 to 1820, he's a professor of mathematics and the head of the faculty at the United States Military Academy at West Point. He's not quite done surveying yet, though. 1817 to 1819, it's his last survey. He does the line of New York State and Canada. So he's done one international boundary, now he's done another. By the way, Bill, he works with your buddy Ferdinand Hassler on this job. These are the stones the way they looked in 1908. There was a guy like the Post's John Kelly who went around writing articles about things of interest. He photographed all the stones, all 40 of them in 1908. What this shows is they're all in terrible condition. Nobody's been maintaining them. It's over 100 years since they've been set. So it's sort of like the Mount Vernon Ladies Association. The DAR, the women say, well, if the men of America are not going to maintain the priceless heritage treasures of our country, the women will. And there are lots and lots of photographs like this of the Daughters of the American Revolution having dedication ceremonies to put cages around stones. Most of the stones have nice cages around them from the DAR. Some do not, because they're in people's front yards and people don't want the cage. These are on the west side of the city. Here's some on the east side of the city. This shows blown to hell, trash all over the place. But look, the cage did its job. The stone has not been hit. This is the one that's in my yard. I have an Ellicott stone in my yard, Southeast 4. It was knocked out by a heavy truck years ago, laying by the side of the road. Nobody took it. Some local residents took it and put it in the basement of their apartment building in case anybody ever came looking for it. Nobody did for 20 years. Finally, a bunch of us surveyors out there, hey, you looking for the stone? Yeah. We got it. We pass it around to who is ever doing a talk. But this is Southeast 4, an original Ellicott stone. How accurate are the stones around Washington? Ellicott's closure error is 3 times better than the colonial norm. He closes out this survey 1 in 1,000. The colonial norm, done with one of these things, is 1 in 300. The accuracy of his instruments, by that I mean the accuracy by which he can establish latitude and longitude using those contraptions he's got, is within 200 feet. That's the spec on the instruments. He can get a lat and a long with that equipment within 200 feet. What this shows is that if you come straight up from the south corner, north corner misses by 116 feet. And if you come straight west from the east corner, west corner misses by 139 feet. He's exceeded the spec on his instruments.
As Ferdinand Hassler would say, the time has come.
The time has come.
Now you know why they put us on in the first right after lunch. We're going to keep a lively audience here, so you're not going to fall asleep on us. Our next speaker is Don Alexander Hawkins. He's an architect in private practice and a nearly lifelong resident of Washington, D.C. I, too, am a native of the city. Don studied architecture at Carnegie Institute of Technology and the Architectural Association in London. He earned his master's degree in urban design at CU, Catholic University for the out-of-towners. Don began his systematic study of Washington's architectural and planning history in 1976. His lectures at the Smithsonian and other Washington educational and cultural institutions, as well as numerous articles and reviews, have largely dealt the unbuilt and built over subjects that include the lost original design of the U.S. Capitol and the pre-development geography of Washington that required a substantial amount of reconstruction from graphic and documentary evidence. Don's presentation today will take into account the character of the landscape of L'Enfance, his understanding of the urban symbolization, and his native creativity. Don now lives in the Blue Ridge Mountains, next to George Washington's favorite road in the West, where he has assembled his studies in this region, historic landscape, and beginnings of the federal city in a book that he hopes will deepen the public's understanding of L'Enfance's work. His care, his ideas, and his presentation today, the geometry and geography of the L'Enfant Plan. Please welcome Don Hawkins.
A time clock. A present from my wife a few years ago. She knows me. This isn't my talk. These are notes, corrections for the previous speakers. I love the presentation, Chaz's presentation, that concentrates on the physical reality that faced the early developers of the city. And we much too often, when the difference in between a hill and a valley for us is whether you press the accelerator a little bit or the brake a little bit, we lose track of the difficulties that the physical, the geography made for us. And I think, but also something really significant that Ron Grim mentioned, Little Nemo. It is significant, I have thought for some time, that L'Enfant returned to France only once after he left it to help us with their revolution. And when he returned to Paris, representing the Society of the Cincinnati and doing a little family business, he arrived in France 3 weeks after the Montgolfiers first started taking people up in the air over Paris. L'Enfant is the first person ever to design a city in the full knowledge that people in the future would be looking down on the city. And 20 million people a year fly into and out of National Airport, and they get the advantage of his consideration, I think, of that point. I do want to make a couple of corrections. I think I can probably deal with them along the way. Good. And I'm not trained in this. Let's see. That's it. He's the guy. This is the only picture of L'Enfant, and it was done by a young woman, the daughter of the governor of New Jersey. And it's as close as we're ever going to get to understanding what he looks like. Consider that this is a cutout, a negative cutout in a paper. It's about the size of a quarter. So that means that the black part is the missing part, so that if Sarah DeHart happened to slip a little bit with the scissors around his chin, he was stuck with as long a chin as she cut. She couldn't correct it backwards. I think, given what his father looked like, that he had a rounder chin than this and not nearly so long. And the wig, my dear friend Phil Ogilvie found this image in a large sheet of paper that's at the American Museum of American Art. And he looked it up and figured out that that's a particular wig that he was wearing that was fashionable for a short while. And you can't really tell much about the back half of L'Enfant's head from that. I'd like to start by reading just one paragraph, the first paragraph in the book that I hope that you're the first 450 of the million who will buy it. In this book, I intend to demonstrate that the L'Enfant plan of Washington is unique. It is not an adaptation of the Baroque plans of autocratic nations. It is not derived from plans of fashionable gardens. It was not influenced in any meaningful way by the occasional appearance of diagonal lines in earlier city plans. Instead, it was conceived as a diagram of the relationships among the essential elements of the new republic it was meant to serve, owing little to broadly similar plans generated by dissimilar forces that preceded it. Secondarily, I will demonstrate that the geometry L'Enfant utilized imposed strict limits on his capacity for exploiting the full potential of every attractive characteristic of the landscape. This is aimed at you, Chaz. So, by insisting upon the plan's uniqueness and slightly undercutting its brilliance, I hope to clear away some common misconceptions that have obscured its unexampled expressiveness. Now that I know which way to go with this, what I hope to do is, by talking about what we can see and what we can derive from what we see, that we can get back to L'Enfant's plan, meaning plan as an idea, not plan as a drawing. What was the idea that he had when he came here? And this is an idea, as we go along, you'll see some details that will reflect the fact that L'Enfant was a long-time and intimate friend of Alexander Hamilton. Alexander Hamilton helped L'Enfant write his letter to George Washington asking for the job. It was only part of what was in the letter, but he was asking for the job of doing the design of the federal capitol when it came to be. That was about 9 months before the site of the Capitol, the responsibility for picking the site of the Capitol was given to George Washington. The date of that letter, by the way, was September 11th, 1789. It was, what's important about it is not that, that's retroactively a significant date, but the fact that Alexander Hamilton helped him write it, and it was Alexander Hamilton, the day Alexander Hamilton was appointed to be Secretary of the Treasury. So it was not a casual job. It was not a casual little thing he helped L'Enfant with. It was one of the things that was on Alexander Hamilton's agenda. This is the L'Enfant plan as I have manipulated it out of the darkness that it has enshrouded it for over a century and a half. You saw the 1887 tracing and the 1991 scanned image, the black and white image. The 1991, which I've always been grateful to Richard Stephenson for having gotten that done, and I'm sure Ralph too. The two of them 25 years ago were terrific supporters of my amateurish bumbling around in the geography and maps reading room. Having that 1991 scan and allowed me to look at it in comparison with the original, the manuscript, and this will be throughout this talk referred to as the manuscript. Helped me find out that there were in the tracing, which has stood as the word on what L'Enfant intended for over 120 years, there were about 50 errors in it that might have made a difference if anybody had ever known. It was not an exact tracing. We've always thought it was, but when you get down to the details, it wasn't. So I've been trying to derive an authoritative map that really does reflect what's hidden underneath in the manuscript. This is the engraving. I'm not going to refer to it as the Ellicott engraving. It's the engraving. The other one is the manuscript. This is the engraving. In between the two, the manuscript is August 1791. The engraving is March, and in this case, October. They are almost identical in every important detail. October of 1792. In November of 1791, that is after the manuscript had been delivered to George Washington, a report on the survey was made to Washington and to the commissioners of public buildings. And the report, it was a written report and a map. And this is the map referred to as the map of red and yellow dotted lines, which is an integral part of that report. And it is a proof. There's proof in two media, a drawing and a letter, that L'Enfant was a part of the redesign team that was required to lay out the elements of the manuscript plan, which had been accepted as the working plan. But in general terms, it was a sloppy piece of drawing, the manuscript was. It had to be improved in order to be laid out on the ground. This is an attempt by a man named William Partridge, who worked for the Planning Commission and who had been, in fact, the chief draftsman and architect on the Macmillan Commission. He made an attempt to put the two, the manuscript and the engraving, images together to determine what were the differences between what Ellicott meant to do and what L'Enfant meant to do. A number of people tried to do this. Sibley Jennings made an attempt at it about 30 years ago. And this is my drawing that I think helps explain what was going on. As Chaz pointed out, in the 18th century especially, drawings intended to say the same things would sometimes say different things. What I've got here are there are 5 plans that I tried to show. And up in the corner, there's a legend that shows that Ellicott, L'Enfant, the map of dotted lines, the King map of 1820, and the Coast and Geodetic Survey of about 1927. Those are the different colored lines there. And the significant thing about them is that they all mean to be describing exactly the same things, except for the Coast and Geodetic, I'm going to get a different instrument. In the river, you can see that the East and West Potomac parks are drawn there. Otherwise, they all meant to be drawing the same thing, but look how the lines, in no case do they exactly coincide. That's the difference, in large part, between what have been referred to as the L'Enfant and the Ellicott plans. First part of what I'm going to be talking about is the geometry, and what I mean is the plane geometry, the two-dimensional geometry of the plans. And to begin with, just to understand what we're talking about lines, single lines that represent broad avenues in some cases. I'm sorry, this is a close-up of the manuscript, my derived version. And you can see the different widths of the avenues. They are not quite straight. This has been taken over the years, this has been taken to mean that this is an artist's rendering of what this is going to be. That's not quite the case. It's a quick drafting job. And this is at least the third, or the manuscript is at least the third version of a plan, a map of the city. And what needs to be kept in mind, and I think has never appeared in the literature and been given the significance it should, is that George Washington got a preliminary map from L'Enfant. Now let me step back 2 steps. L'Enfant arrived in early March. By the end of March, he was riding around the landscape of the city with George Washington and talking about, we're going to have this over here and this over here. And they agreed on many parts of this, though George Washington said, I don't like where you want to put the president's house, put it over here instead. Well, so between the end of March and the end of June, when Washington had taken a tour of the South, Washington was back at Mount Vernon, and L'Enfant went to see him, and he said, here's my preliminary map. It's still not complete. And Washington said, yeah, but you've got the president's house where you set it. I want it where I set it. And L'Enfant believed him this time. He also said, Washington said, we're going to eliminate some of the minor avenues, and we're going to have the exchange be between the president's house and the Capitol building. So between June 26th and the beginning of August, that is essentially during the month of July, L'Enfant designed and drew the manuscript plan. So this is something that was still very much a work in progress. at the time it was delivered to Washington, and Washington understood that. It made him no less in a hurry to get an engraving done and maps distributed before the October sale of lots. But he knew that he was getting only a preliminary. So back to what we find on that. We in our heads have to change from, they're not avenues going this way, they're avenues meaning to go this way. And I want to show, just so we know what the language is we're dealing with, this is obviously just a set of ways lines can go together. And what I mean to show here is that if you're not planning anything and you've got a couple of lines and you're talking about a place where there's going to be a settlement, likely they're going to come together the way number 1 does here, just casually crossing. Lines crossing at a right angle are a subset of that. And it's a very specific subset. It doesn't happen accidentally. A line crossing a couple of parallel lines is another subset because the parallel lines are not going to happen accidentally. So it's a higher level of difficulty to do that. And so on through the whole group of them, lines that are at right angles and lines that are parallel. And then you start crossing them with lines going in other directions. And what this is adding up to is down at the end, we've got at least the 9th degree of difficulty when you have lines that cross deliberately in one place, and they are at least 2 systems intersecting at one place. And in this case, 2 complex systems. So you get an 8-pointed star out of that. Keep that in mind because we're going to see that L'Enfant worked with 12-pointed stars as the basis for his design. Back to the manuscript just to see where we are. Sometimes there are some avenues that were deleted altogether between this and the engraving. And sometimes people refer to Washington's letters saying, well, these are the avenues that were deleted, that were going to be eliminated. They are not. Those were deleted in an earlier draft. These are even more that were put in that were ultimately decided not to be important. So we have, how many of those? There are 11 of those minor avenues. These are the avenues that were intended to be precisely the same, though they were drawn in some cases a little bit differently and in most cases drawn exactly the same. And there are 19 of them. These are the lines that are different, that were shifted, either in position or angle, from between the manuscript and the engraving. And you can see that the French mustache here, what it's really doing, take a look at this point. Doesn't that line up exactly with the place where the Eastern Bridge was going to be at the end of East Capitol Street? I'll give you the answer, yes, it does. And this was aimed across town. These are 2 avenues that were melded into one. And so the blue is the way that they will appear on the engraving. You can see them here. And this is what we end up with, an avenue which is ramrod straight from the Marine Hospital to New Jersey Avenue, and then has a little hitch in it and is ramrod straight to the edge of town. Not ramrod straight all the way. So 2 degrees difference. And it should be, in fact, we're going to be talking about degrees here. A degree, a mile out from a starting point, 1 degree is about 117 feet. So that if you're off by a degree, you've got to if you say you're doing something by degrees, you've got about a 60-foot latitude, and you're still about within a degree. A minute is less than 2 feet. This is the in red. These are the agreed upon avenues. I should have said that there are 11 avenues that were not shared, that were shifted. So these are all of the avenues. And how did we get here from what L'Enfant had shown in the first? One of the things was that the avenues were all gathered into groups. And I shouldn't use the word gathered too strongly, but they were made less different from one another. These are the 15-degree, 44-minute avenues grouped around the Capitol building. These are at approximately 19 degrees from the first ones were 1544 from the vertical. These are at about 19 degrees from the horizontal. These are a combination, they all fall within 24 degrees of either vertical or horizontal. And that might sound as though it's less controlled. It is actually allowing a great deal of flexibility, but there's still order to it. There's still order, even though what it means is that you've got the more vertical avenues are at right angles to the less vertical ones, the ones that are lower angle. Then the set in the east are at 27 degrees. And I should say here, try to point out for the first time that one of the effects of George Washington's moving the White House, the president's house, further west, was that the rhythm that L'Enfant established on the east side of the Capitol broadened out on the west side in order to allow for that greater distance between the president's house and the Capitol. Talk more about that as I go along. The last group are really kind of leftovers that didn't fit into anywhere else, but they still were done within a few degrees of one another, and having the right angle at New Hampshire Avenue in Virginia on the west there is a little less disorderly than just throwing a couple of avenues in. So this is a comparison between the engraving and the manuscript, and it's just a slight degree of order that I think one would have to admit is more satisfactory. It is, you might say, or one might say, well, you can't tell from this that it isn't the artistry being lost. It looks as though something is just changed, just a degree of order, but there's another type of judgment that just doesn't come into this. That's true. But now we're going to talk about geography, or look at the plan in the geography. And geometry is timeless. If there were no, even though it means measuring the Earth, if there were no Earth, it's possible that there still might be geometry. It's an abstract concept. Geography is very physical, and it is necessarily measured in 3 dimensions, and more than just dimensionally, it has to be characterized in other ways than just by measurement. And so when we get to putting a plan on the geography, and a set of geometric lines on a geography, it's a whole different ballgame. And this is the map that I did, one of 3 maps that I created. This is based on my studies of the original geography. This intends to show what the site looked like in March of 1791 if there hadn't been any trees there, because I still don't know exactly where all the trees were. But this is the topography to a fairly high degree of certitude. And you can see that there was not much here. If it were not, well, here's not Leung's house, and the mill was up there. You can see the creek, and this is the road from the ferry over the bottom edge of Capitol Hill up along, and this is what is generally said to be the old road that suggested the alignment of Pennsylvania Avenue. I don't think it needed to be that, but or that the road was needed for L'Enfant to have figured out where it was going to go. Here's a modification of that. This is the same landscape redrawn with the engraved plan overlaid on it. The first one, by the way, it was Ralph and Dick asked me if the Library of Congress could have it, and they do have it now, and it was in the exhibition in 1992-93, and I was really gratified by that. There's another version that has the manuscript version of the plan laid over it, and the library also owns that. This one is owned by Dennis Gertz, who's here and a much appreciated collector of maps of DC. And on this, I would like to show how the plan got laid out in a little bit more detail. This is where the Capitol was always intended to be. This is where the president's house is, and in here, at about 12th Street, is where the president's house was meant to be by L'Enfant. He thought he was going to put it up on that hill there, and he couldn't. So it was moved several hundred yards further west. Well, the next thing that was done was they took the longitude and latitude and drew it out in their minds. Actually drew it out north-south up to the road, which I think while they were waiting for instructions on what else to do, Ellicott did lay out the old road, which was abandoned almost as soon as the city came into existence. This part of it did. So it was difficult to find. But then the 16th Street axis was also drawn up to there. Now, I'm not going to go through each of the avenues in the order that they were put in place, but with each avenue, I am going to do all the avenues, but with each one I'm going to say what is significant about how they were placed. This is the third point that could not be placed until they had gotten where this is and where that was, and that is the place where the itinerary column was supposed to be by L'Enfant. It was meant to be placed there in the middle of an open space, and before George Washington nixed the idea, this is where the exchange was going to be. So the stories you hear about the Capitol building faces east because that's where downtown was going to be, not quite on the mark. There was no such thing as downtown in those days. There were marketplaces in different parts of a city. But the downtown, the center of commerce that was intended to be at what is now 12th and East Capitol Street, was intended to be the symbolic commercial center of the United States. The exchange was meant to be there. And the downtown wouldn't have been Woodward and Lothrop and Garfinkel's. It would have been J.P. Morgan, Lehman Brothers, the Rothschild. It would have been the financial and trading institutions. And the reason that the itinerary column was there, itinerary column being the place that would have delineated the prime meridian of the United States, to replace the one at Greenwich on American charts. It was not, of course, for another 100 years that the Greenwich meridian was determined, maybe less than 100 years, before there was general agreement around the world everywhere but France accepted the Greenwich meridian. And then I think around World War I, France decided they'd lost that argument. But we were intended, and some of you might know the history of the prime meridian. By the time the engraved map was done, the prime meridian was at the Capitol. And then Thomas Jefferson thought it ought to be at the White House. And so that's why we get Meridian Hill, which used to have a monument on it, and the Jefferson Stone, which has been reproduced and is out on the mall. So these are the important lines that were drawn to begin with. And K Street, as I have worked it out, K Street was I don't know what the term for it is, if it's the one that they really stick with. It's the line of Chaz used the term, line of experiment. K Street is the line from which the verticals and the horizontals were basically determined in the actual laying out of the city, I think. And here is 12th Street at the east. You can see the difference between 12th Street, the Capitol to 12th Street, and the North Capitol Street to 16th Street. It's about 1 to 1.5 or 1 5/8. It had been, I believe, in L'Enfant's mind, originally been a 1-in-1 proportion. These, I just, in a day when I was feeling generous, I went around looking at the landscape and at the development of it as L'Enfant had it, and tried to figure out which one of these locations would he have known about, and would he have tried to put these things? For instance, the Marine Hospital, yeah, if it was going to be anywhere around here, where it went is about the right place. There is a ferry down here at the time. It's not a convenient one, but so around, I just picked out some of the places that ended up being developed, because what I was looking for was, where are these significant places in the landscape that George Washington and L'Enfant would have agreed were places to be connected by the avenues? Well, then we have to go to what's the nature of the connections and the measurement. This is the itinerary column, and you can see it's in the middle of the square, 12th Street, Tennessee, Kentucky, North Carolina, and Massachusetts. Am I wrong? Anyway, we have over here, and they go right through the middle. Here we have the Capitol with Maryland Avenue hitting Pennsylvania Avenue on the east, 82.5 feet. That's 5 rods east of the center line. The same on the west of the center line. New Jersey and Delaware meet inside the Capitol building, well past the equivalent facade, you might say. We don't know just why he did this. I'm hoping in a few weeks to find out in Paris why he did it. And I wouldn't mind having guidance from Iris Miller, who is, in a way, she's who I'm arguing with right now. She is a worthy opponent in the debate over how much is garden tradition influential in this plan, and so why he did it just that way, we don't know. It would be easier to explain why he had the president's house, what might be the foci of the avenues in front of the two facades of the president's house. We know that he meant for the president's house to be a lot bigger. And it's very likely that he just meant for these to be hitting the facade. Well, they do at the front, that is the north front. They miss it by 60 feet or so at the back. So the lines don't go straight through the focal points. But the very first one, the prime one, of course, is from the Capitol to the president's house. And that means that the distance here is determined by that measurable once this has been determined. I should say when there are several ways. I started by saying where some let's say buildings or functions were placed, but they are either placed or they can be measured out from one point to another, or the construction of the geometry can determine in this plan where they are. And what we do know from just looking at the diagrams geometrically and breaking them down, that there are pairs of avenues. Every avenue has its pair, just about, not quite, but almost all of them. Here's the pair of the Capitol. Here's with Pennsylvania Avenue, you get Maryland. There's the pair of from Pennsylvania to New York at the White House. And then you have the parallels that, this is the first of a pair that is parallel with that. And this is Louisiana, which is a reminder that there were not as many avenues as there were straits. There was no Louisiana at that time. But then I've just drawn what became a fairly important north-south division. The pair of Louisiana Avenue is Virginia Avenue. It goes through the point of Maryland. You can see how this is developing already. You don't need to have very many points in place if you're going to start triangulating before you find yourself pretty much locked in. I want to tell you something about New Jersey Avenue. It was, I believe that the Duddington was something like 15 or 20 feet into the right-of-way. And people said, well, why not just move the right-of-way over? Delaware Avenue goes from that point in the Capitol to the head of a reasonably deep inlet, a creek outlet that goes into the Anacostia River. And L'Enfant had designed this to be warehouses and wharfage. And the avenue goes right along a descending ridge from the Capitol building towards that point. If he had moved the avenue over by, say, 14 feet there, you can see, and that would have been about that point, it would have been 70 or 80 feet out of place by the time it got near the head of that creek. And that would have meant, it would have made a mess of a major idea that L'Enfant had. So it didn't happen. Daniel Carroll of Duddington lost the argument because he was wrong. He was warned not to build the house there. He began the house when he knew there was going to be an avenue there. And L'Enfant was not fired for tearing it down. He was fired because ultimately he just got too difficult to work with. But George Washington told Jefferson and the commissioners that L'Enfant was right, and what he did, he was wrong in the way he did it. He was not a diplomat. Here are the pairs for the rest of the Capitol. And here is the second set of pairs for the White House. This, Pennsylvania and Massachusetts are not the same alignment. Pennsylvania being about 19, that being New York being about 24 degrees. But here's the pair for New York Avenue. It's the rest of Pennsylvania Avenue. And it crosses K Street exactly the distance that 16th crosses relative to, 8th Street crosses relative to 16th. Now, I didn't draw the line there because, in fact, it crosses at an awkward point. It crosses at Washington Circle. But at 23rd Street, which this would be, it went in, the alignment would have gone into a ditch. Right now, when you come up 23rd Street towards the circle, you can feel something. Well, it's a much filled and leveled out road now. What they did was they did an alignment on 24th Street, and later, by offset measurement, they put 23rd Street in. So 23rd Street was definitely not a major point, but because it was symmetrical, it became one of the circles. And the fact that this line crossed this line, and that this line was determined by being halfway between 16th and North Capitol minus a distance because of the offset measurement down here. What I'm getting at is they didn't know, when they were riding around, they didn't know that point, Mount Vernon Square, which is one of the wonderful serendipitous elements in the plan, they didn't know they were going to be doing it. They couldn't have known. And if it had been off by, say, 80 feet to the east, it would have been too far over the side of the hill. As little as that, there was that much difference. It would not have been as effective as it is now. Here's Massachusetts Avenue, which we can draw now because originally it was aiming down here, so where the bump was and where the hook was in it, it was kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Well, now it has a beginning at New Jersey Avenue, goes through that intersection which was determined, and out into space. There were no roads over here. This was impassable. So it didn't matter, though L'Enfant indicated there was a road here, there wasn't really. It didn't matter exactly where that hit there. So they went from there, from here to here, and they crossed here, then came out with an equivalent of L'Enfant's earlier avenue, which had gone this way, made it at right angles to New York Avenue, made another one at right angles to Pennsylvania Avenue, and brought Rhode Island in, hoping in the abstract to cross at Washington Circle and cross Pennsylvania and K, but they couldn't do it. There was a trench. They would have gone down 40 feet just a little west of Connecticut Avenue. So now it's the one avenue that is obviously dead-ended in the middle of nowhere. Used to be a big radio sign on the office building there. It gave you a little excitement when you got to the end there. But there's nothing there now because of the geography. There I am. Now you know I've run over the time I meant to take, but I'm not done. Here we are on the east and doing essentially a smaller version of what was done on the west, because the Maryland Avenue going east, crossing the connector between Massachusetts there and Massachusetts and the column in the center, they established another axis, which is filled out by the North Carolina pair to Massachusetts. And then another parallel down here with Georgia Avenue. Georgia didn't like going through the swamp and the mess of water down here, so at the first opportunity, they They got a bigger avenue uptown. And the rest are really just kind of filling in the outlines. But what's important about all this, and the reason I've gone through all this, is I want to get to what's the plan? These are the avenues in blue which connect the points that I picked out earlier. All of the ones that had significance, landscape significance, that you could say, well, these are places that ended up being important and they had landscape significance too. Well, there aren't very many. I think the number is something like 14. So that couldn't have been the plan. It wasn't that he came and picked out all of these high points and connected them. It didn't happen. Here we are back to the naked landscape, and I went in a more general sense. Instead of looking for places that did become important points, I just went around the landscape looking for what are the high points, where would you put a significant element? And here they are. And here is the plan with the open spaces that on the engraving shown. And here they are, and here they are. And what I had found years and years ago, one of the first things I did was this kind of plan. And I moved the open spaces around on the geography by hundreds of yards this way and that. No matter where I put the plan of the city, no matter where I put the set of avenues and streets, it always ends up with about a 30 to 35% success rate, which says to me that wasn't the plan. If it's no more than 35% successful at hitting the significance of the city on the significance of the landscape, that wasn't the plan. So back to this is an earlier enhanced version of the L'Enfant plan that I did. I just drew over the one I bought from the Library of Congress. And this is what I see. The three parts of the democratic republic that L'Enfant was dealing with, as seen by Alexander Hamilton, were a presidency, an executive, a legislative, and the people of the United States represented in the one way that they were connected and had an active interaction with the government was in commerce. Trade and commerce were regulated by the government. The government was supported by what happened here, and they were supported by these people being happy. This was a federalist diagram. This was the idea. Then there's the urban design. You can't just put a bunch of stars down. They don't do anything after that. How do they become a city? Well, one of the ways was to connect them with the entry points. Here are 4 entry points into the city: the major bridge, a major town, a major road, and the way to get in from downriver. Those were the other elements that were needed to make a city. Now, in detail, put them together, and you've got almost all of the avenues. And as a designer, I know that good design is solving the problem with the smallest number of moves. And here we have only 2 moves. We have the stars, and we have the avenues. That's the whole thing. And what isn't included in this, in blue, are a couple of the minor infill urban design avenues. I think that's where it came from. And here's another way of looking at it. It's amazing what it can do to turn drawings around. Look at the significance of these entry avenues. This is the original Massachusetts Avenue. And then they cut that part off and hooked it south. Look what happened in the change from this to this. It was a matter of shifting this axis. You can see the significance if you came in on axis with the commercial center and the capital and straight on out, how much more powerful as a design that was. So here we are again. This is what I think. L'Enfant left New York or Philadelphia, wherever he was hanging out, at the time he got the letter. By this time, he knew that there were three elements that had to be related in the landscape of the new federal city. And they were the executive, legislative, and commercial. And when he got here, he found the places to put them, because that was what Jefferson told him. Jefferson's commission to him said, find the proper places to put the important federal buildings. And the reason I'm so certain of this, messing around with computers, you can derive an awful lot from a drawing that you don't see it the first time you look at it. And so I did that with L'Enfant's image, and I was astounded to find that that's what he was thinking about all along.
Chaz, come up. Well, I think you all agree that we have certainly livened up the afternoon for you, and perhaps the program in general. At this point, we're going to have about 5 to 10 minute question and answer period, if we can turn on the house lights. As this morning's moderator indicated, this event is being video taped for subsequent broadcast on the library's website and other media. The audience is encouraged to offer comments and raise questions during the formal question and answer period, but please be advised that your voice and/or image may be recorded and later broadcast as part of this event. By participating in the question and answer period, you are consenting to the library's possible reproduction and transmission of your remarks. I would ask you, as you have a question, to please stand, give us your name, and then your question. Do we have questions from the group? Yes, sir, over here. They're coming to you.
My name is Susan Pearl. I'm an historian from Prince George's County. I have a comment and a question. On the remote chance that somebody in this audience does not know the true story of the names of Jupiter's moons, I will say that Ion, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto were the mythical lovers and seductees of Jupiter, and 3 of them were women. My question, I recently read that L'Enfant did a plan for Perrysburg, Ohio. Has anyone ever heard of such a thing?
A plan for where?
Could you repeat that again, ma'am?
I recently read that L'Enfant did a plan or design for the town of Perrysburg, Ohio.
Mm.
I ran across questions about Perrysburg. Yeah, I saw that reference. It's one of dozens that I have seen. I don't know specifically about that one. I know that I'd say dozens of what I think of as similar. It's kind of sightings of Sasquatch, the same kind of thing. I'm afraid I really don't know. I had an example. John Fondersmith is here, and he sent me last year. He had dinner in a place in Abingdon, Virginia, over on the other side of the Blue Ridge. And the place where he had dinner had once hosted L'Enfant, according to their literature. I think they got it mixed up with a place called Abingdon that is about 2 miles from here, where I'm sure that he had dinner. But a place that's 150 miles away saw the name and thought it was them. And that sort of thing it's rampant, I'm afraid. So it may be true, but I would have thought I'd know something about it by now. Sorry.
The gentleman up there.
Hello. Yes, my name is Alan Wyatt, and I live on 12th Street Southeast, just below Lincoln Park, which I now see is the quintessential example of the l'enfant idea. And I've always wondered why 12th Street was wider than all the other ones near it, but it's now obvious this was to be the center of commerce. It's, of course, not. So, did others lose this concept? Whatever happened with the people, the commerce center in what is now Capitol Hill?
Yeah, I didn't want to run more over time than I was running, but the whole idea of having the exchange over there kind of fell away when Washington said we're not going to have the exchange there. And L'Enfant, you can see from the map of dotted lines, which is a fairly good report on what was done, they hadn't gotten over to the east yet when he left the job. So those two things went together. The other thing is that the good water is on the west side of town. The east side of the city always suffered, until well after the Civil War, suffered from the fact that the good water was easier to get on the west side than the east, so it just didn't happen.
Do we have other questions?
Yes.
Over here, yes, sir.
My name is Tom Clifford. I live on Birches Hill, that's square 622 on North Capitol Street. My questions would be both for Mr. Hawkins. Judiciary Square, was that ever really part of a three-point plan for the branches? And if you could also, when would the Tiber Valley, as it slides down from Delaware Avenue to the mall, have been taken on its current contours?
I'll tell you about, I didn't really hear the second part of that. What about Delaware Avenue?
I was asking if when the Tiber Valley, where the Tiber Creek came in, when it kind of started going back uphill to Massachusetts Avenue and down again, when that whole area was regraded, if you knew that.
Well, that was a mostly neglected. The canal came through, the canal, there were two parts of the canal that split near where Delaware crossed. And the history of it is really kind of obscure even, because only when the Corps of Engineers wanted to do something with it did we pay attention at all. It was a kind of neglected side, and it has to be kept in mind the canal didn't work largely because it was at sea level, and the tide coming up would fill up the canal, and the tide going down would empty the canal. So the canal was never an effective element in the trade. And the first one, remind me again, what was the first part of that? Judiciary Square. It's hard to tell when that came about. It was very early on that it was decided it would be there. I've never determined that it was L'Enfant who said so, but it's the nose of a hill and a good place to put something. I would not be surprised if somehow we found that L'Enfant, when he was going to put the president's house about where 12th Street is, that Judiciary Square would have been the equivalent of Mount Vernon Square in that earlier plan, which has entirely disappeared. Thanks.
Do we have any other questions? This will be our last question. Yes, yes, sir.
Not so much a question as a comment. My name is Dick Randall. As far as the third element to the east of the Capitol building, in those days it was considered to be where Washington's commercial center would be. It was flat, dry, easy to access. To the west it was swampy, damp, and I think that's just a comment I'd like to add too as a result of my restudy of the area as a geographer. Thank you.
Thank you. Don, Chaz, thank you both. Great presentations.
We're going to take a 20-minute break now, return at 3:20. This will give you some time to talk about the French mustache. Our next session will begin at 3:20, session 3, Charting Washington's Waterways and Waterfronts, which will be moderated by former council member Charlene Drew Jarvis.
Good afternoon. I am delighted to be here today, and I thank Iris Miller for having introduced me to this opportunity, and to be here and to listen to some of you who've been in the field for so long is really quite mind-expanding. I had a lot of aha experiences already today. We're going to be talking about charting Washington's waterways and waterfronts. Our first speaker today is Dr. Timothy Davis. Dr. Davis is an historian for the National Park Service. He received his bachelor degree in visual and environmental studies from Harvard and a PhD in American Studies from the University of Texas at Austin. He has written extensively on the development of parks and parkways in the nation's capital and is currently completing an historical overview of the National Park Road development. He lives a stone's throw away from the northwest branch of the Anacostia in Hyattsville, Maryland. Our second panel is really a partnership. Iris Miller is our first speaker. She's already been referenced today, earlier. Iris Miller has 2 master's degrees, one in architecture from Catholic University and a second in secondary education from the University of Pittsburgh, and additional graduate study in psychology. She served for 3 years on a Fulbright jury for selection of travel scholarships in the field of architecture and landscape architecture. And in 1991, she produced a book, The Vision of Washington, based on map. Vision of Washington, based upon founding a new multidisciplinary program and 8 years of urban design, charrettes, and over 1,000 drawings. It is now in the Library of Congress, Geography and Map Division. The form of Central Washington, the focus was Central Washington, setting a vision for streetscapes, public circles and squares, connections between them, vistas and building footprints. And our third speaker of the morning is Gail Sylvia Lowe. Dr. Lowe is the senior historian of the Smithsonian's Anacostia Community Museum, with additional duties as manager of the museum's research and exhibitions function. She serves as the museum's specialist on African American religious and spiritual traditions. At present, she is the historian and project manager for Reclaiming the Edge, Urban Waterways and Civic Engagement. She is a native Washingtonian, a graduate of Theodore Roosevelt High School, a former presidential scholar, a United History major, has a bachelor's degree from Harvard University, Radcliffe College, a master's from Yale University, and a master's in library science from the Catholic University of America, and a PhD in American civilization from the George Washington. Very undereducated, I see. So I'm delighted, pleased to welcome first Dr. Timothy Davis. Each of our panelists will have about 30 minutes to speak, and we will have a question and answer period afterwards.
Thank you, Charlene. That's a George Washington silver dollars. throw away from the Western Branch. But yeah, I want to thank Charlene, and I also want to thank Iris Miller for inviting me to participate in this panel. And I wanted to thank the conference organizers for prompting me to look at familiar material in an unfamiliar way. Rather than use maps and plans to illustrate the story of the development of Rock Creek, what I've done for today is turn that equation on its head. And I'll be looking at maps and plans of Rock Creek to see what sort of stories they tell themselves, both about the evolution of the creek and its environs, and about the changing social, cultural, and pragmatic concerns of planners, map makers, and the broader worlds in which they operate. Like most cultural productions, maps and plans tell us at least as much about the concerns of their makers as about the things that they ostensibly represent. In both senses, they reflect evolving social factors, cultural concerns, technological developments, and professional agendas. In many cases, these interpretations are conscious and intentional, but sometimes they're not. It's also important to acknowledge that we bring our own perspectives as viewers, scholars, teachers, surveyors, to influence what we see in maps and how we interpret them. These differences may reflect our degrees of knowledge about specific maps, about cartographic practices, historical developments, our personal and professional predilections, our social and ethnic background, or even transitory moods and inclinations. As a case in point, as I was looking over maps in the last few weeks, I found this 1972 guide to the Capital Beltway that I acquired somewhere along the way. On a very basic level, it presumably provides us with factual information about the physical reality of Washington relatively soon after the completion of the Capital Beltway. So it's noteworthy also, and that reflected a perceived need for a special guide to the Beltway. You look inside, it's replete with extensive information about exits, entrances, and proper expressway etiquette. On a more symbolic and perhaps idiosyncratic level, I can't help but look at this as a cartographic representation of the dichotomy between the worlds inside and outside the Beltway. And related to classical maps of similar focus and intent, within the Beltway, within the known world, there's light, civilization, order. Beyond the pale, beyond the Beltway, is wilderness, the green nature, wilderness, abstract wilderness, disorder, chaos. Now, of course, most of America may view this in the opposite way. And it's sort of like the duck and the rabbit, where you either see the duck or the rabbit, depending on various inclinations, the classic optical illusion. Now, you could go in various ways with that, but what I want to do today is focus on Rock Creek Parkway and its changing representations, looking at them both as ways of chronicling the evolution of the actual space, and to consider the nature of various representations and what they suggest about the cultures and individuals who produce them. Okay. Now we're going to see a lot of maps and plans that we've seen before, so I'll skip over especially a lot of the early material fairly quickly, but I hope I'm looking at it through a different lens, the lens of Rock Creek. What do these images, what role does Rock Creek play in both the physical and symbolic geography of the nation's capital as it appears in these maps? Another way to think of it might be about looking at the role that Rock Creek plays, both as a real place and as a character in Washington's continuing cartographic chronicle. Also, in recognition of the following presentation on the redevelopment of Anacostia and associated waterfronts, I want to note that in many ways Rock Creek and Potomac Parkway provides an encouraging analog and perhaps prologue. Much of Rock Creek Valley was viewed in much the same way as the Anacostia is now, as a neglected environment, a negative influence on surrounding neighborhoods and property values, and this ripe for rehabilitation as a recreational environmental amenity, and as engine of cultural and economic revitalization. Much of the rhetoric that we see surrounding Rock Creek, or the Anacostia today, surrounded Rock Creek Valley for a good part of its existence. And as is the case with Anacostia, the Anacostia, it took decades of often contentious planning with many starts, stops, and changes in direction to produce the amenity we now enjoy and more or less take for granted today. Now, again, I think Patrick O'Neill looked at this map. The early explorers, Rock Creek, if it appears in these large early explorer maps, say John Smith, or John Senex's new map of Virginia in 1714, it's one of literally hundreds of creeks, tributaries coming into the main waterways, which would serve the as transportation needs of the new colonies, and also the explorers, especially John Smith. He's not looking. Nobody's thinking about Rock Creek. They're thinking about the native inhabitants and natural resources. But you do begin to see, in this inset here, Rock Creek identified. Here you see a mixture of English and Indian names reflecting an earlier contact stage, Potomac Falls, Anacostia, at Turkey Buzzard Point, with Rock Creek portrayed but not named. As the colonial era progresses, the geography here gets mapped out and defined a bit more. Here you see Rock Creek acquiring its name, acquiring at least an identity, along there with Goose Creek, which becomes the Washington Canal eventually. And here again from the Belhaven, not Anacostia, or not Alexandria area. But it's clearly one of the demarcations of this piece of land that may soon become the nation's capital, along with its big brother, perhaps its wayward big brother, the Anacostia. It serves as a geographic boundary demarcation for this promontory. And as a natural geographic feature, it serves to anchor and bound, say, if somebody wants to develop a geometric abstraction to the right. And again, we've heard a lot about that. Again, if you look at the L'Enfant plan, as we've seen multiple times today, it's really one of the most apparent features, the Anacostia, the Potomac, and Rock Creek bounding this thing. And however the plan itself within those boundaries developed, and we've heard many different interpretations, Rock Creek, the Anacostia, and Potomac, create that entity. Here in Samuel Hill's engraving of Andrew Ellicott's, you see the physiographic features. It still serves to dominate, but now you see the physiographic features, the underlying geography being dominated by the plan, also increasingly dominating the scholarship about the plan. Of course, and again, an image we've seen multiple times today, Ellicott's survey, again, really shows you why the creeks and the topography play an essential role in the formulation of the District of Columbia, and particularly in the shaping of the federal city. And in Rock Creek, again, sometimes it's just this two-dimensional abstraction. Sometimes it's just a little stub. Here it's getting, in the topographic version, much more of a sense of a physical entity, but this boundary. And one thing I noticed in Don Hawkins's presentations, which you'll see here, when he pulls out and creates this figure ground heightening, you really see how the P Street bend itself becomes a very distinctive part of the shape of the federal city. This little blip, which again you see much better in the things that Don Hawkins did, on the upper left, it's mostly a regular form, but geography is fighting back, and is helping to shape the geometry. And again, in the multiple renditions, the topography, physiography, is weighted different ways. Here, a French engraving of the Ellicott plan, where you see marshes, the channels in the river, the more assertive Rock Creek Valley, and of course, the geometric plan inside of it in more of a balance. Moving along, and again, I'm going to move through the stuff that's been dealt with more rather quickly. As the 19th century progresses and Washington begins to develop, perhaps more an image than reality, we begin to see an increasing focus on Washington City, on the public buildings and spaces of the center city, beginning to dominate both the actual and symbolic geography of the capital. In cartographic terms, we see it here in this 1862 Johnson map, where you show Washington, Georgetown is literally in lowercase, and Rock Creek relocated to that sort of demarcating stub role, but you have the footprints and renderings of the Smithsonian and proposals for the Washington Monument and the expanded Capitol. This mall-centric vision of Washington is also apparent in a lot of the bird's eye views that increasingly celebrate this view, this focus on the plans, visions, realities of the center city, with Rock Creek just sort of out there. When Rock Creek and the environs are portrayed, the conventions of romantic landscape painting, the 1840s image of Kalorama, the estate along Rock Creek Valley, this placid, sort of prototypical pastoral view with the creek in the background with an early version of the Pennsylvania Bridge. And this other view, which unfortunately I have in a black and white, where you're looking down the valley and you see Lyons Mill, which is in the area above current day P Street. Now, if you think of public grounds in Washington at all at this time, pre-Civil War, you're not thinking about a park in the environs of Washington. You're thinking of Downing's plan for the mall from 1851 and various hopeful, fanciful, romanticized renditions of it, and again, the proposal for the Capitol. These are the public grounds of Washington in most people's perception. But of course, this larger context still exists, and you see very starkly, and again, this image has been shown, the Boschke map has been shown repeatedly. You see the open ground outside. You see Rock Creek, asserting it. We'll get up a little closer. You can see how it forms the edge of the city, out beyond boundary. You see largely comprised still of undeveloped areas, gentlemen estates, some farms, mills identified along the creek, and also serving as the boundary between Washington and Georgetown. Now, again, we heard mention of Michler's 1867 vision of a national park along Rock Creek. And the president's house, the notion of moving the president's house, was important, but I would probably argue that this is 1866 the commission. The Central Park is the latest greatest thing in American urban development. Public parks, the ideology and design of public park is in everybody's mind. Michler's descriptions of what's available and what can be done in this area along Rock Creek Valley. I won't quote it, but absolutely quintessential rhetoric from the 19th century park movement. So it's not just the immediate context of Washington and the president's house, but this much broader cultural trend that's influencing this preliminary and not particularly successful attempt to create a park along Rock Creek Valley. Because again, while this is, it's a beautiful classic report of park making literature, but it would take 30 years of politicking to develop the public support and convince Congress to provide the necessary funds, which was reluctant to spend on a project that seemed largely to benefit local residents with little political payoff at home. Now, does that sound familiar to anybody today? Here you see an extremely ambitious 1880s proposal for a park along Rock Creek that it's even more grandiose than Michler's, and it's numerous political, financial reasons why that was never going to happen. But again, it shows the vision of this leafy natural area along the creek that's going to, in some form or another, play an important role in the symbolic and physical geography of Washington. But as you see here in the 1887 map, the park is yet to be created. And instead, what you actually see, what happens is the soldiers' home becomes the suburban park for Washington. People drove carriages out to the soldiers' home, drove around the grounds were meticulously landscaped and maintained by old soldiers. It was the classic driving part that was popular. And the other thing you see is the city, at least platted, starting to threaten the notion of an expansive park on Rock Creek, and also development, kind of loose suburban development beginning to leap the creek into northwest Washington. And I can't see it from here. No, this isn't one where you also start to see Georgetown identified as West Washington rather than Georgetown in an attempt by some elements to merge the two, because Georgetown is kind of falling behind Washington. In 1890, you do finally get the creation of the park, the authorization of the park. It doesn't really start to be seriously developed for about another 10 years when drives are put in by the Army Corps of Engineers. So it can fill that role, but there's a problem. As seen in this 1892 tourist map, the Rock Creek is isolated from the central city, which poses a problem for residents and tourists alike. You see, real and projected parks along the mall and the Potomac waterfront, and you see the leafy, beckoning park in the distance. But how do you get between the two without going through busy and not particularly engaging city streets? Now, by the 1870s, 80s, 90s, it was well understood that what you did in this situation was develop a parkway. Washington needed a parkway like the ones that parkgoers used to pass from urban centers to suburban parks, or from park to park without having to go through unsightly surroundings, endure the dangers and disruptions of city streets. Cities like Boston, New York, Buffalo were developing these interconnected park systems. Minneapolis had a park system of connected parks and parkways, put the national capital to shame. And other cities, Kansas City and others, were doing it as well. Now, while there are a number of isolated, the area north of P Street is still relatively pretty much undeveloped. You've got the romantically landscaped Oak Hill Cemetery. You've got the park and the Zoological Park. Also noteworthy here is you see the two, at the time, colored cemeteries to the southwest of Oak Hill Park and just below the zoo, which were enough a part of the experienced geography, known geography of Washington in the 1890s to be included on a tourist map, which then, fugitively disappear from the public consciousness for much of the 20th century, and then are rediscovered relatively recently, but they play an important role here. And another important factor seen here in this real property evaluation map is the low property valuations along the creek. Lighter is poorer, and so you see that classically the creek is, it's a stream valley, not very useful land. It's surrounded by cheap housing, and you can sort of see this might be blown up too far. Scattered housing, scattered small industries, making the creek, even if you could get down there, not a particularly attractive way to go, and again, making it ripe for the increasing idea of revitalizing cities through park development. Skipping ahead to you see in its late 19th, early 20th century, turn of century visions of the Potomac waterfront near the creek, gas works, ammonia works, other small factories, the heavily industrialized canal into Georgetown. Not a great way to go from the mall to Rock Creek Park. It gets even worse. Area between M and P Street is virtually impassable. One critic described it as unsightly to the verge of ugliness. signaling out this sketch as shabby, sordid, and disagreeable. The Washington Board of Trade's characterization ranged from a most hideous and unsightly dumping ditch to a noisome and repulsive dumping ground. District official Richard Bell referred to Lower Creek as an open sewer and recounted an incident in which he had seen young swimmers using the bloated body of a dead horse as a diving platform. Arguing for legislation to improve the valley, Senator Elihu Root of New York asserted that it was little less than criminal to go on without doing something like we have provided in this bill in regard to the treatment of Lower Rock Creek, cesspool and pest hole that it is. Again, analogous language thrown at Anacostia from time to time. Now, much as we adore the Senate Park Commission, they actually were preceded in many ways on a lot of fronts. The Washington Board of Trade in 1888 developed this proposal for cleaning up much of the Creek Valley, putting a Riverside Drive, possibly and diverting the creek or the parkway from that bend at P Street, which was one of the, in many people's minds, most disagreeable parts. In 1893, the district engineer proposed enclosing the entire creek, more or less from P Street south in a conduit, and filling in the ground on top and building an attractive residential district. Boston's Back Bay, located along Commonwealth Avenue, was the kind of thing they were looking for. And this proposal remained a serious consideration for a good 15 years. 1900, they bring down the prominent New York City landscape architect Samuel Parsons, who's involved in Central Park and other places. He comes up with this very vague and, again, grandiose plan for taking a huge swath of the area above Georgetown, which by this time would have been economically and financially and politically impossible, and a kind of a Beaux-Artsy formal boulevard, which actually may connect the Rock Creek Park and the mall, but completely ignores the problem of the Lower Rock Creek. It skirts it entirely. Then, yes, we get to the Senate Park Commission plan, in which, at least in the most prominent imagery, the Rock Creek issue is literally marginalized. You see it on the margins here of this grand vision for the Senate Park Commission, which is really, again, in the most popular images, the development of the mall and surrounding areas. Also, with the famous models, the parkway, as you see a little stub of it, the little part going along the waterfront to the Lincoln Memorial. And I argue, actually argue at length in the centennial reflection volume that the Commission of Fine Arts put out, that this is, there's also a very mall-centric historiography. Again and again and again, we learn the story of the mall, the grandiose vision, which is both all the good and bad parts of the City Beautiful movement can be packed into that vision with the usual suspects, playing a prominent role. But it was the Senate Park Commission plan. It wasn't the Senate Monumental Core plan. A good part of the volume is devoted to parks and parkways and playgrounds, this elaborate series of parkways. They're going to catch up with Boston and surpass Boston with this elaborate series of formal and informal parkways, including one, the one depicted along Rock Creek. And here, the biggest section of the Senate Park Commission report is devoted to discussing the open versus closed valley issue, which they portray here, along with elevating the waterfront section to keep it above the industry. Now, the Park Commission rules in favor of the open valley plan. It also proposes parkways for the Upper Potomac and envisions the revitalized Anacostia as a sort of Henley-on-Thames kind of English ideal river, and we're still working on that. But so the Senate Park Commission, the most prominent architects, landscape architects, City Beautiful advocates of the day, Burnham, Frederick Olmsted Jr., the Commission of Fine Arts, longtime Secretary Charles Moore. They made the decision, and you know, so of course we're going to get the Open Valley Plan and we're going to get right to it, right? Well, obviously you don't know how things work in the District of Columbia. It takes another 7, 8 years just to hash out the open versus closed valley argument. A lot of people in Georgetown, especially the business community, actually want to fill over the creek and make a solid connection because they do think that it will help Georgetown catch up economically and socially with Washington. So in 1908, you get more reports, more plans, various permutations. It's not until 1908 that the decision is made. It takes till 1913 to get the parkway authorized, the boundaries set, more presentations of this open valley image. Throughout the teens, you get multiple visions. There's this incredibly ornate, classic example of City Beautiful era rendering, Beaux-Arts rendering of this very elaborate parkway. Visions of, this is the P Street Bend area, which was forecast as one of the most beautiful and useful and compelling urban parks in America, if developed according to this fashion. But 1915, the famous National Geographic special issue on the Senate Park Commission plan, you still see it's a proposed parkway, like Fort Drive, like the things along the Anacostia. Finally, you know, late teens, here you are, early 20s, you start to get, they clean up the bottom of the parkway. That's actually looking south from Pennsylvania Avenue Bridge. The northern part, there's some kind of vernacular bridle paths going up to the creek, but the middle part is still, you know, virtually impassable and an eyesore and public health menace. It takes the better part of the 20s and early 30s to get that cleaned up and massively rehabilitated. And during this time, you also get the popularization of the automobile. So you see the plan gets increasingly streamlined. It becomes less of a ornate pedestrian park with lots of access, more and more a green tunnel into the center of the city. And when it's completed, it does function, as we all know, as a neighborhood amenity and park, but it also increasingly is viewed as a commuter artery. In 1937, by 1937, they're already doing the one-way traffic era because it's actually becoming overloaded. Now, another thing it does, and not unintentionally, is Rock Creek Parkway plays a significant role in displacing the African-American population along Rock Creek Valley, the lower part of Rock Creek Valley. Here again, you see darker is darker. The environs of Rock Creek and eastern Georgetown, western Washington are heavily African-American. And the creek itself plays an important role in the ceremonial, religious, recreational life of the African-American community. Most of the houses that were destroyed to make the parkway were occupied by African-American. Entertainment places like the Blue Moon Theater were also demolished to make the parkway. And it wasn't just a bunch of New Deal people hunting bargains and old houses. It was the physical transformation and the resultant social transformation created by Rock Creek Parkway that played a prominent role in the gentrification of Georgetown. So in this poster image, you see, okay, the idealized, we've got the parkway, everything is great. The grand plan has been envisioned and realized. We're set to go. Well, even big plans are subject to the vicissitudes of time and traffic engineers. This is one of the scariest cartographic representations of Washington in my book. This is a traffic flow diagram from the 1946 DC Highway Plan showing traffic projected to move along Rock Creek Valley. And here you see how it goes through the upper park, along the west side of the park. But it wasn't going to be a problem because, as it proclaimed, expressways can be beautiful, as exemplified by the short-lived plan for raised expressways along either side of the mall as part of the Capitol Expressway. The 1950 Senate Park, it's the comprehensive plan for Washington, recapitulates its history, and again, you see the prominent role Rock Creek plays in it, and presents Rock Creek Rock Creek Valley is both an amenity for Washington and as part of the larger regional park plan, regional park planning coming to the fore at this point. But the transportation issue continues to pose concerns. You get the classic inner and outer loops and these radials, classic planning device from the mid-20th century. And again, up through the 1950s, we're fighting efforts to put an expressway through Rock Creek Park. Now, 1961, they developed the year 2000 plan with what I guess you would call creative graphics. Speaking of professional training and personal predilections, I'm going to make a wild guess about when Don Hawkins might have gotten his professional training. There's emphasis on abstractions, and you see Rock Creek. I guess we do see it as it is this green tongue that extrudes north in this very abstract rendering of Washington. And again, I suppose it's that little green furrow between the yellow-orange blobs, which, you build it and they will come. There's a build that plan. Here's how Rock Creek appears in these 1950s, early 60s planning documents. And they do actually get down to more of a precise plans with this continued tension between Rock Creek as park and Rock Creek as an element of the freeway system. Here you see it mostly getting a glancing blow from the inner loop, but you see these suspicious arrows coming down. They've learned not to really show the arrows going through Rock Creek Park at this point, but that's still up for debate. And you also here get the beginnings of transit, rapid transit being an important role. And in combination, these amoebas will be filled out with these Jetson-esque improvements. And again, Rock Creek presumably is in the middle of there somewhere. Now, as part of reaction to this kind of abstract planning, Ian McHarg in 1967 presents toward a comprehensive landscape plan for Washington, D.C., which is a fundamental building block for his game-changing design with nature, where he asserts that one should look heavily at build out of the natural identity of the place as revealed through physiographic features. So multiple overlays and compiled drawings showing this underlying geography, topography, ecological associations compiled to create this composite landscape identity on the upper left, which is then combined with social, cultural, historic factors to allow the planners to work from the genius loci of the place, which ostensibly gives them, rather than imposing a priori, Baroque or City Beautiful or squiggly designs on the landscape, the design, according to McHarg, will have evolved from nature. This actually becomes a little more specific in the 1967 Comprehensive Plan, which again, builds on all these different planning efforts and is kind of an embodiment, an actual playing out of McHarg's ideas, where you look at all these basic urban functions, and again, Rock Creek appears significantly in all of them, and begin the development plans. And here, once again, Rock Creek's most prominent roles have to do with now it's kind of an express parkway and a park system. And of course, I think Iris will get to this, they also talk extensively with projections for the Anacostia. And finally, you see in this centennial reproduction, reflection on homage to the Macmillan Commission plan, you see Rock Creek again as this, they're reviving both that kind of turn of the century, Beaux-Arts kind of imagery, with perhaps a little bit too much of the late, great Thomas Kincaid, to create this sort of fanciful, romantic vision of Washington. And again, putting towards the next talk, you see now the west side is done, we're looking east, and Anacostia is the next river to be addressed. And finally, by the 1990s, Rock Creek Parkway, Rock Creek Park become historicized. They are now historic examples of urban planning, landscape architecture, traffic engineering. They're the subject of National Register nomination, Habs Hare reports, scholarly books and articles. And you see this rendition created by Habs Hare, which was at the time very state-of-the-art combination of digitized aerial topography with field checking and hand drawing. And finally, I think it's important to remember that while there's much to learn from analyzing representations of abstractions, we also need to appreciate the role that Rock Creek and its environs play in the everyday lives of Washingtonians and visitors to the national capital, the individual geographies, the individual cartographies of people's minds, the ways in which the thing functions as both a physical and a symbolic landscape for a wide variety of users. You know, some, the long-planned uses, some more serendipitous, subversive, and in some ways antithetical to the disciplinary regimes of designers, cartographers, and scholarly investigators. Thank you.
I too want to thank I'm not as tall as Tim. I too want to thank the planners of this conference and especially Ralph Ehrenberg and all of the participants and those of you who have taken the time to come today. As for Don Hawkins, I really had planned to ask him not to mention my name today, but since he did, Don, I'm going to invite you to join me in France in October, and since mainly we agree, we can walk these areas together and determine how things really work. But I did appreciate two things about your presentation, especially the graphics and how you chose to prove your point. And secondly, speaking of L'Enfant and the fact of why he was dismissed, because there is the right of eminent domain, and it existed in France as well as in the United States. So I appreciated what you said about him. Charlene, you asked me today why and how long I've been involved with rivers, because some of you know I'm involved with urban issues and maps, but I was on the George Marshall Plan sponsored by the Embassy of Austria to go to Vienna and study issues of renewable, sustainable energies and rivers. That was my issue, and afterwards returned and sponsored a conference called Learning from the Danube, Vienna, Washington, Clean Water, Flood Control, and Recreation. Most of the descriptions today have been related to historical issues. Tomorrow we will move into some future issues, and I would like to do that today as well, moving from some historical issues into some envisioning, particularly with my Urban Institute studio at Catholic University, where we work with communities, government agencies, private consultants, and try to work in the format of a public-private partnership. I suppose I also should thank Ronald Grim and others from Geography and Map Division who have spent so much time with me over the years teaching me about Washington. Just for a few written comments, actually I can see better without these. Maps, together with images, tell about patterns of settlement and the focus of a society, often serving as a reflection of community values. They are the collective memory, the polemic choice. They inform the reader pertaining to the dreams and inertia of what the public realm might become. In his book, The Next American Metropolis, Peter Calthorpe wrote, "Periodically, America reinvents itself, simultaneously discovering the best of its past and marrying it to the irresistible forces for change. I believe the time is now. I, too, today believe the time is now as we move to the 21st century. Our city, Washington, D.C., is our national capital. It is also a primary international capital. It calls out for us to acknowledge this in the treatment, in the design of our public realm, to commit the funds and the time to make the improvements and the things we need to do for the future. The urban vitality and viability of our city requires that we think outside the box, that we take off what I call is our visor and open up to new ideas. Walt Whitman in Leaves of Grass wrote, "Once I passed through a populous city, imprinting my brain for future use, with its shows, architecture, customs, traditions. Yet now, of all that city, I remember a woman that I casually met there." A new American urban landscape is emerging, showcasing riverfronts of infinite compelling images, often inspired by impressive precedents from cities worldwide. And I don't mean just taking these ideas and implanting. I mean taking these ideas, having the light bulb go off, transforming them to make something new and impressive here, mixed with fantasy and originality. They are the stage set for life, for activity, for memories. They are the background about which Walt Whitman writes, "Through maps and drawings, we can learn of both the reality and the vision for these dreams." I want to make another comment related to a comment that Tim made. For many years, the improvements in this city have been on the west side of town. We've heard people talk about the need to give equal strength to the east side of town. And I make a plea that we really try to do this. Now, the first set of slides that I have will deal with the first century interest in rivers as industrial, commercial, ports, and some boating recreation. And then I will move toward a developing interest in tourism, the Senate Park Commission or Macmillan Commission plan, and City Beautiful movement, which then begins to create a new thinking and image for the 20th century. And hopefully we can then now begin to rethink for the 21st century. So here we have a series of maps from 1790, the Priggs Bell map before the L'Enfant Plan, Thomas Jefferson's vision, and this one from France. Maps from the United States created great interest in Europe, and I found this one when I had a grant from the French government in the early 90s to go to France. This was in the archives of Des Affaires Étrangères, the archives for foreign affairs. This based on the Ellicott design. All of these maps, as you notice, have soundings for the depth and channel of the river. Again, here, the Stone and Hilgard maps, again, focus on the rivers, but primarily for the soundings, the channels, and the depths. And this Saxe view shows a little bit of the Washington Canal and boating on the river. The Colton map of 1855 and this Boschke map of 1861, showing a larger image than some of the other maps we've seen, again show the soundings and the depths of the rivers. And then we come to the late 1800s, when tourism, for many reasons, some for Christian society organizations, some for growing interest in the city of Washington, become important aspects of mapping the city. For those of you that know the book by John Reps, he talks about visitors to this city, and they comment on this being a hardship tour, whether they're European visitors or people who are in Congress representing their states, and they can't wait to get out of the city. We've heard about some of the first paving of the streets that were wood streets, and yet still not satisfactory. It's hard for us to believe today that our major streets and avenues were paved with wood over 100 years ago. And then finally we come to the Senate Park Commission Plan, or Macmillan Commission Plan of 1901-1902. Tim showed these images of the Civic Corps, and most people tend to remember this commission for the images of the Central Corps. But if you read their very thick book, they dealt with much more than the Central Corps. They dealt with communities, the needs for parks throughout the communities. They dealt with Rock Creek and said, we should not build houses and commercial buildings on the creek side. We should allow that creek and the hills to be natural. And any structures that are built should be across the street facing toward the creek, but not into the creek. They also showed what might be along the rivers, the Potomac and the Anacostia rivers. Tim showed some of those images. I will have some images as well, whereby they said it is important to keep the natural landscape. We now talk about sustainability and stewardship. Those are some of the quintessential words of our vocabulary today. But those were things that the Macmillan Commission was advocating back in 1901, 1902. In addition, this map, which is seldom seen, shows the potential for extending the streets and avenues of the L'Enfant Plan beyond Boundary Street, beyond the in-town suburbs. So you have these sort of reddish-pink lines that they propose to continue the concept of the L'Enfant Plan, which both Don and I admire. These two comparative plans, the SPOT satellite map, SPOT being a French satellite company in Reston, Virginia, shows the rivers, and the red areas represent greenery, whereas this Google map shows what we're more accustomed to seeing when we look at maps and rivers. And look at what happens at the Anacostia River as the river heads toward the Potomac, and the river silts up and gets black. And here you see this also near the tidal basin and 4 Mile Run in Virginia. Comprehensive plan from DC, 1985, shows a vision of a lot of greenery in Washington. I'm going to talk now about the visions of my Urban Institute studio for the lower Georgetown area, as seen here. And we can compare the riverfront from lower Georgetown and the Anacostia near Poplar Point and historic Anacostia, which my colleague Gail Lowe will speak about further. These are images of when we begin to think outside the box. Here in Georgetown at Washington Harbor, this central plaza moving toward the river, paving ideas, creating a sense of space, and along the river, both the wood walkway and the paved area, where in the summer, as you know, you can hardly get through the space. There are so many people, boats are docked up, and along the tidal basin, a more traditional classical landscape in Washington with the view of Washington Monument. Here we see the Senate Park Commission proposals for Georgetown. Here, lower Georgetown with an upper promenade, roadway, walkway to separate the industrial commercial areas from the more prominent areas for people. And further upriver, a series of terraces that this would be perhaps the equivalent of MacArthur Boulevard. So now, how about some precedents? In Paris, the Colivert or Viaduc, the old viaduc and railroad line, where underneath there are cafes, shops, artist studios, and a wonderful park above that people come from all over the city to walk on. And the High Line in New York, this image was taken before the High Line was even built, but we were very impressed with the opportunity to create something like that for the Whitehurst Bridge. And we call it a bridge because it's not really a long freeway, and we think it could be a wonderful place. And in Portland, Oregon, several places where there are amphitheaters and places to gather. This one in Osaka, Japan, a walkway along the river, and one needs to think about what can be done still at Poplar Point in Anacostia, and all of these images were put forth and suggested before the Georgetown waterfront was redesigned. This one in Chicago, along the building edge, a more formal promenade, and across from it, along the Chicago River, a more informal landscape. Of course, here, looking at the early phase of Georgetown waterfront, just beginning to be redesigned. However, we think they didn't go far enough. And here, both ideas for Georgetown and for Anacostia, and especially for Anacostia, the Paris Plage. If you've heard about this, for 1 month between July and August in Paris, along the Seine, they close off the roadway, 4 lanes of roadway, high-speed roadway. 2 lanes remain walking lanes, and 2 lanes remain beach. And they bring in sand, they bring in places to change, changing rooms with lockers. They bring in benches and chairs, places to sit. Some of these areas are just lawn, all on platforms. They bring in places for children to play, climbing, all kinds of areas, cafes, music, great place. And this place is not just on the riverfront, but above, in front of Hotel de Ville, that great plaza in front of Hotel de Ville, where they bring in water for drinking, for changing, for cooling off, and fields for volleyball, basketball, and so forth. And here you can see the extent of this riverfront, the Hotel de Ville, and the above places for games and play and gathering. And here, all along the riverfront, they've now extended it across the river to where the new library is. They've brought in a huge barge where they have cafes, restaurants, places to sit out and sun, and also a huge swimming pool. And that's somewhat similar to one they do in Lyon, France, on the river there. This we've proposed both for a concept for Georgetown, but most especially for Poplar Point, which is still in the process of rethinking itself. Now, I mentioned the Whitehurst, and this is the Whitehurst. Here is a drawing by one of my graduate students showing ramps down, this from Portland, Oregon, and similar ramps we found in Osaka, Japan, and 2 possibilities for how to handle this. The cheaper way and easier way would be to create only 3 lanes of moving traffic, and the 4th lane overlooking the riverfront could be for pedestrians and bicycles with some extensions out. And here you see the concept of 3 lanes for moving vehicles and the 4th lane for pedestrians. Underneath, new lighting, creating a feeling of an arcade. And in this option 2, Personally, I don't think we need to have 4 lanes of traffic, but my husband thinks we do. So it's not only Dawn and I that have these little nuances, but there's also the option of adding another pedestrian and bicycle lane. And here are some images of how great it could be underneath. Protected area for markets, restaurants, cafes, for the people that love to walk there, particularly the people that live in nearby neighborhoods. Also, we need to think outside the box. Why can't we get down closer to the water? Particularly in Georgetown, in the newer areas of the park, the height is at least 15 feet high at the water's edge. And why can't we have walkways closer to the water? And here you see a student drawing, and the section, the Whitehurst, the upper walkway, and the lower walkway closer to the water. Here, this is in Pittsburgh, where Michael von Valkenburg, an architect from Harvard working with students at Carnegie Mellon, designed this concept to get closer to the water at the Allegheny River. Here in Paris, you see many ways to get down to the riverfront, the possibility of boat docking up, and even memorials. We need memorials. Why can't we have a memorial somewhere on the waterfront? Again, other options on the waterfront, Rock Creek. We can't get across the lower part of Rock Creek. We looked at making the canal usable again. Why can't we? In Europe, they've reactivated their canals. They have flashcards to get through the locks. And we've worked with people who are experts on the canals to come up with an idea to reactivate the canal and to open this part of Rock Creek, which used to be open for boat traffic, a suggestion for a bridge to go across to connect closer to Kennedy Center and the boathouse. And again, by the canal and the walkway on the canal and the lower towpath, if you look at this picture here, you see a wooden walkway that's very difficult to get up for people who are fit. And I am fit. I'm a mountain climber. And I find this an aberration. If you have to get your bicycle from one level to the other, it's horrible. So we designed a ramp that even a wheelchair could access, because we met people along the canal who rode their wheelchairs. And why can't we reactivate the aqueduct bridge with a park on top and perhaps a little cafe on the bottom? Some other maps that, this one, water mains, have been shown. Joe Passanow's map showing green spaces, the need for activating our green spaces. And this 1926 Rogers map, Charlene and I co-wrote the text in my book, Washington and Maps. And this is one of the best maps showing green spaces throughout the Washington area. It's also a map that really disturbed me on one level, and on the other level has some sense of hope, because it shows schools as they were segregated by color in 1926. we've come a long way from that, except one of the things you notice is that we were a mixed city, and then we moved to become a segregated city in our residential life. So this map has a lot to contemplate. And finally, another spot map of the original Tedmouth Square and a vision for Washington by Leon Creer in 1985, a vision to show a new idea. And while this vision is not a good reality, at least it's a place to start thinking. Quickly, I'm going to just go through several more images for the Anacostia that the Urban Institute studio also proposed. And here you see the waterfront area preserving a large part of Poplar Point with some development similar to Georgetown and with townhouses close to the existing I-295 highway, but making that highway into a boulevard in the section near historic Anacostia, creating a huge block-wide bridge from historic Anacostia to Poplar Point, over the roadway and over the tracks, ending with a plaza of dancing waters, and then continuing on pathway with an amphitheater at water's edge and a memorial to Frederick Douglass. At the riverfront, restoring the wetlands, having a promenade and wetlands restored. And because Poplar Point floods, often 5 times a year, looking at Kremstein, just south of Vienna, we noticed how they have a temporary barrier wall that can be constructed within half an hour if floods are about to come. This is similar to what the Park Service just did at Constitution Avenue and 17th Street. And so I think, again, we need to be thinking more about our riverfronts and how they can make an important contribution to our future and our use. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's certainly an honor to be here. I have Iris to thank, I guess, because let me issue the disclaimer for this afternoon, which is that I'm a newbie at this. I've had a personal interest in maps, but I haven't really paid attention to them and studied them and tried to tease out all the information from them until about a couple of years ago. So the comments that I have this afternoon are sort of in the nature of preliminary ruminations. I want to tell you a little story about our fair city and a vision for its growth and the development to the east. It's a story that ought to be well known, but it's often shortchanged and nearly forgotten, or at least misinterpreted for some reason. Following are just a few highlights as well as a few lowlights of this story as illustrated through a small selection of maps of exploration, scientific documentation, and social vision. A study of these maps and plans allows us to assess city and citizen efforts to now reimagine land use, particularly along the Anacostia River, allows us to restore and recover green space, and provides us with new opportunities for citizen engagement with the city's natural and built environment. And we've seen this map before, of course. Since at least the early 17th century, there seems to have been a constant notion driving human actions on the southern and eastern shores of the Anacostia River. That notion is that that land is empty. Nobody lives over there. There's nothing going on. And so east of the river would be a ripe area for settlement and development. European settlers arrived here and found what one explorer described as the most pleasant and healthful place in all this country, with fruitful wooded lands and a river teeming with fish and wildlife. This seemed a good place to live, with many natural resources to exploit. And yet, as John Smith's early map shows us, there are lots of folk here already, and they've been here for at least 10,000 years. And there's this one little group of folk. I think I'm in the right spot. Does that say Nakach Tank? There's one little group of folk who are well known up and down the eastern coast all the way to Canada and far inland as what became upstate New York and Pennsylvania, the Nakach Tank, whose main fortified town was near what is now Good Hope. And they had established settlements. They had a thriving quarrying and lithic industry and an active trading relationship, as I say, up and down the eastern seaboard. Conflict with settlers led to land loss by these Native Americans. Disease and warfare all but destroyed them in their way of life. Absentee land grant owners, settlers, and land speculators soon took over the territory because, of course, no one lived there and the land is empty. Now, other presenters have spoken about the decisions and desires to place the federal city between the Potomac and the Anacostia rivers. For my discussion today, just suffice it to say that federal decision makers and land speculators expected at first that the city would grow to the southeast, especially after the founding of the Washington Navy Yard in 1798, 1799. However, politics, economics, and the limits of topography quickly turned development to the west. This Botchke topographical map published in 1861 may be a bit hard to read at first, and it is for me and for a lot of folk. But if you work at it, eventually such maps give us a sense of time and space. We come to realize that it takes geologic time to carve out ridges and valleys, to raise up bluffs and elevations, to channel deep rivers, streams, and creeks. This map, compiled from surveys done in the late 1850s, shows how settled and regular land use and development were on the center city side, of the river, whereas here you see lots of forested areas and all these all the contours and hatchers that indicate ridges and whatnot. The Navy Yard and its bridge sit prominently on the river on the sort of northwestern side, and the L'Enfant grid of roadways is quite evident. Across the Anacostia, however, only a few roads are laid out. This again is 1850s, 1861. And those roads follow mostly the old Indian trails and transportation routes. Uniontown, historic Anacostia, has recently been subdivided and new residents are in place. The St. Elizabeth's Tract has its new center building, and community development will take place around this installation. Most of the area, moreover, is still green. Later maps will show how constant the woodlands remain as part of, and how constant the woodlands remain east of the river, even with residential development in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The river, as a result of dredging, silting, and re-engineering, is so narrow in its upper reaches that commercial shipping is not possible. And it's important to note that changes in the Anacostia River and impediments to its flow do not always show up graphically in maps of DC. Even the Potomac stresses and challenges are not made visual to the map reader. Unless one looks at naval charts, one misses any clues to the health and well-being of our city's rivers, except for often representations that are not to scale that show some changes in width and depth. This is a U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey map from 1892, and then a detail from an M.C. Ewing map about the same time. East of the river is still indicated as being, especially in this map, as being sparsely settled. But great changes have taken place. The river's natural shoreline has been extended a little bit, and you see that better in this map, where this line traces the old shoreline, and so you see the extension here of all this landfill, a narrowing of the river, the bridge, of course, and even landfill to extend Poplar Point a little bit. Railroads crisscross the shore, and governmental installations have increased. New neighborhoods are thriving, yet the river itself is narrower. I sort of like the detailed features shown on this map. There's a nursery near the naval station. You have to get really close up on this to see it. There's a proximity, more of a proximity now of Poplar Point to the Navy Yard. And then the bridges show up very well. Yet not all of the streets are laid out. Specific buildings may be located, however, and just a few that the map maker has thought were important. Even at this late date, in the post-Reconstruction era, one gleans little information about the robustness and enterprise of residents east of the river. And I started to think, is this lack of detail meant to indicate that east of the river is a land of opportunity open to all, or do the map makers not care about what's going on in the eastern third of the city? Is there so much attention on the development of the federal city to the west that folk are just forgetting that all of Washington is not being shown in our favorite and best well-known historic maps? The autograph of Washington City, 1892, the tourist map, close up and in person, is a really beautiful map. It certainly trumpets the first-class amenities of the nation's capital. This certainly would entice strangers or tourists to visit the city, especially with its extent of parks and public spaces. Not all of the city is depicted, however. The concentration, again, is on the center city and development to the west toward the Potomac. This tiny little corner right here is all that you see of the Anacostia River and all that you see of the territory east of the river. There's a highlight of the industry with the Navy Yard, but that's really about all, and some sense of maybe recreational boating, because the river at this point is really too shallow because of silting and re-engineering to handle commercial traffic. Only Anacostia, or Uniontown, St. Elizabeth's Hospital, and Fort Stanton are illustrated on the eastern side, as you can see in this close-up here. These enclaves look like bold settlements in a green wilderness. Even the smoke of a railroad locomotive you can see rising here along the narrow shoreline. But this is 1892. Other neighborhoods have been carved out along the ridges of far southeast, and there's bustling activity east of the river. This area is not merely romantic, uncultivated woods, pleasant, calm, and peaceful as that notion might be. It's a thriving part of the city. Urbanization, as shown by permanent roads and highways, is advanced once again in the center city. In this view, which is a highway map of DC in 1914. One can hardly find parks, but large federal and city compounds are easy to spot. East of the river shows signs of more regular settlement, but roads still bend around topographical features. The upper reaches of the Anacostia are pencil thin. At this time, Poplar Point is expanded even more. Oddly enough, when I look at this map, I get the impression that east of the river is trying to be, even with its distorted streets, a mirror of the west side. The thought is, let's lay out as much of the suburban grid as possible. It still doesn't appear as though much thought has been given to preserving green space. Also, this map and other maps seem to cut off the eastern edge of the city very abruptly. It seems as though the land just falls off the edge. This may be the boundary of the DC Diamond, but it looks like an unduly harsh barrier line. Iris referred to the Rogers statistical map of 1925-1926, and I certainly urge you to read the essay that Iris Miller and Charlene Drew Jarvis have written so eloquently in Washington and Maps. But for this discussion, let's just tease out some other information from this map. Yes, it is shocking to see the school system of the nation's capital laid out with such discriminatory precision. Still, we see how important educational institutions are for all segments of our population. And Mr. Rogers shows us some other things. Communities east of the river, again, still seem sparsely settled and physically separated from each other. to some extent, the communities east of the river, the neighborhoods east of the river, are separated physically by topographical features, but they're really close to each other and contiguous in their laying out. So a map like this just doesn't give those neighborhoods full credit for being close to each other and working closely together. In addition, you see extensive tracts of federally and city-owned land, which occupy a great deal of the territory that could have been devoted to residential use and economic development. After all, nobody lives east of the river. It's open and free. We can do whatever we want with it. The truth is that communities there were active. They were desirable as in-city but out-of-the-city suburbs for city center workers and for legions of entrepreneurs who exercise their entrepreneurial spirit quite extensively. As I said, the topography of the area doesn't show, so it's difficult to understand that these neighborhoods nestle at the foot of bluffs and ridges or follow ancient transportation roads along and across ridges. What also jumps out in comparison with earlier maps of the river and adjacent land is the long swath of landfill along the southern and eastern side of the Anacostia. The buildup of the unnamed, on this map, Anacostia Park, which was dedicated just 3 years before the map was made, and the flats across from the Navy Yard at around Poplar Point, describe not only the narrowing of the river, but also the creation of usable land for recreational use and for military installations. For a fully nuanced appreciation of the social history and longtime settlement patterns of the east of the river neighborhoods, it's important to understand these racial demographics of 1926 DC. Some of the neighborhoods here, historic Anacostia, Congress Heights, Good Hope, were mostly white, but they were settled cheek by jowl with thriving African-American neighborhoods in Barry Farm and Garfield. All of these neighborhoods have long histories and associated historic properties. We lose valuable district city assets when we ignore the existence and contributions of our trans-river quadrants to the east. Now, Iris has told you about her Urban Institute studio class at Catholic University. In 2006, she and her class undertook a study, an urban design initiative focused on enhancements for historic Anacostia that would recapture the early vision of east of the river as an ecologically sound, economically stable, and pleasant residential area. The students researched international precedents for highways, parks, transportation centers, and housing, and explored ways to enhance the architecture of Anacostia and to restore balance to the natural environments. The students drew inspiration from the river itself in the flora and in just considering the location of some of the features that they proposed building. They saw patterns for bridge railings, walls, and bicycle paths. Their research on tourist attractions and river amenities, this is in Chicago, and other river uses contributed substance to subsequent plans that were developed by the Anacostia Watershed Society, the National Park Service, and the Anacostia Waterfront Initiative. I particularly like the precedents for a sort of a dancing water fountain and a river walk promenade. These kinds of suggestions fired up the imaginations of citizens and activist groups and led folks to consider that as neglected as the east of the river neighborhoods had been, as neglected as the Anacostia River had become, perhaps that it was now time to understand that wherever we live, we all deserve the best, and we all have an opportunity to celebrate our daily and community lives. And so a lot of these features being reintroduced along the riverfront would help communities to understand that they too could have made great contributions to this city. And this is just the compilation of some of the precedents that the students of the Urban Institute studio and their final recommendations, some of those that they had made. I know we're getting on for time. So let me just conclude by saying that I sort of had this thought early this morning around 3 o'clock, which is when I get really good thoughts. Despite the graphic information that we find on any series of DC maps, the land adjacent to and east of the Anacostia River is not empty. People live here, people work here, enterprise goes on along the river, and the river on both sides ought to be an integrated part of all of our daily lives. It's incumbent upon us then as map makers and map researchers to tease out some other sources of information to include on the maps and plans that we make. We can't fully visualize DC without seeing in full the development of the Anacostia River and its environs. So when we pay more attention to detailing our maps, when we include all of the city and not just the federal core, when we include features somehow, graphically, of social and cultural history that we can document in so many different ways, when we change the perspective and centrality of the maps from just the center core to Anacostia and its other 12 named neighborhoods in Ward 8, those changes will help us to encourage ourselves as residents, as researchers, as scholars, to envision the east of the river again as a desirable place, the most pleasant and healthful in this country. Thank you.
I believe we do have a few minutes for questions. I'm looking at Ralph, okay. And I have to read the disclaimer again. This event is being videotaped for subsequent broadcast on the library's website and other media. The audience is encouraged to offer comments and raise questions during the formal question and answer period, but please be advised that your voice and/or image may be recorded and later broadcast at a later broadcast as a part of this event. By participating in the question and answer period, you are consenting to the library's possible reproduction and transmission of your remarks. May we give our presenters another round of applause? And may I ask if there are questions? Or comments? There is one, and there is a question or comment in the back.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you stand for us?
Sure. I noticed that there was no discussion of the displacement caused by urban renewal in Southwest DC, which I probably have a grossly oversimplified notion of that portion of history. But it seemed to me that that dumped a huge number of people into Anacostia that doubled or even tripled the population density. And I'm wondering if this isn't just a perpetuation of the themes you talked about, as if not being empty, it's certainly a lot of space over there and it's available as a dumping ground. We have White Plains, we have the population density, we have a number of places that were placed over there in that spirit.
Certainly, there have been many demographic changes east of the river, as I said, up until just about the time of urban renewal. Most of the neighborhoods east of the river were mixed or white, with some defined enclaves and neighborhoods that were mainly African American. That thought that we can shoehorn huge populations at the drop of a hat into a very narrow space, which is already constrained by topographical features, really did upset the balance east of the river. And as you may glean from listening to the news on television, radio, and reading about it, or even doing some historical study, the migration has been, and the push has been to the east. Move everybody across the river, and it's almost, once you're across the river, you're out of sight, out of mind. But if that gets filled up, keep pushing east, because DC's carved out of Maryland and Virginia. Let's just go send folk back to Maryland. We have to be a lot more conscious and a lot more responsible in acknowledging our own history and some of the decisions that we've made, and not try to hide that, but at least learn from those lessons, and they were hard lessons to learn.
I just want to add one thing. The other issue that's developing more recently in the last several years is the concern about gentrification. And now that a certain population has been moved into Anacostia with the opportunities that may present themselves, there's a concern about gentrification and how to be equitable with the entire population that's there now.
I'd just like to add that the Rock Creek story, I think, is really relevant here, where the creation, the turning of the creek from a liability to an amenity was good for certain populations, but there has to be great care in revitalizing the area along the Anacostia to see whether it continues that gentrification and transformation of DC, as you say, into PG County.
There are also environmental justice issues as well. The Anacostia River is the main river of the Anacostia watershed, and is part of the Potomac watershed, part of the Chesapeake watershed. And there are issues of upstream, downstream impact. Communities upstream in Montgomery County and Prince George's County sometimes do not understand the impact on populations at the bottom of the drain, as we say, at the bottom of the watershed. And so communities, particularly east of the Anacostia River in wards 7 and 8, are unduly affected by irresponsible actions and trash that flows downstream. The river can't handle it, and populations can't handle it either.
Many public policy issues here. Yes, the question in the back. On the left.
Yes, hi. My name is John Muller. My question is, the street grid west of the river is mostly laid out numbered alphanumerically, and Uniontown, or Old Uniontown, historic Anacostia is, I guess, one of the only parts of east of the river that follows that pattern. I mean, there are some certain neighborhoods, but can you talk about how and why that is?
When Uniontown was laid out, subdivided in 1854, actually the streets were named for presidents, but over time that changed, and as I said, the DC grid pattern of numbered streets running north and south and named streets running east and west was somewhat transferred east of the river. The grid falls apart east of the river when streets dead end into bluffs, and you know, so you still have a problem with that. But originally, a lot of the streets were named for, as I say, for either presidents or then later generals or famous persons. Martin Luther King Boulevard was originally Asylum Road because it ran to St. Elizabeth's and then was named Nichols Avenue after the superintendent of St. Elizabeth, the first superintendent. So there's just some historical precedent, as with many cities, for naming streets after famous people.
Thank you very much. I think we won't take another question, or maybe we will take this last question from this gentleman because, of course, Mayor Williams has come in.
I just had a historical question about Rock Creek transportation access, and I live up near the zoo. I wondered about the Klingel Crossway and if there was some background on that you could shed.
Well, that was a road that long preceded that. It's one of the few things that actually preceded the park up there. That was an old historic road. Now, as you know, it's an issue that again, you look at it both ways, and also in terms of what it does in terms of allowing or not allowing people access to certain parts of the city, or at least in their minds, and legal issues about retroceding land that was taken as a public roadway long ago. There's a lot of technical and social and legal issues surrounding it that probably won't be resolved, even though mayors have been working on that for a while, some more than others. It's an issue that's just kind of hanging there, and in a way it may well prove to be the park equivalent of demolition by neglect. It's just the cost of restoring that at that point, at this point, would be enormous. And also, I think as the collective memory of that functionality as a part of the transportation system fades, also with the changing population of what's east of DC, who used to be east of the park there and the role it used to play, it may become less and less of an issue, I would imagine.
Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Charlene. I'm pleased now to introduce Dr. Douglas Richardson, Executive Director of the Association of American Geographers, who will introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Ralph. It's my great pleasure to introduce to you today Tony Williams, the former mayor of Washington, D.C., and the current executive director of the global government practice at the Corporate Executive Board in Arlington, Virginia. He also serves as the William Bloomberg Lecturer in Public Management at the Harvard Kennedy School. During his 2 terms as mayor, he is widely credited with leading the resurgence of Washington, restoring the finances of our nation's capital, and improving the performance of government agencies, all the while lowering taxes and investing in infrastructure and human services. Before his election as mayor, he was the independent chief financial officer of the district from 1995 to 98, working with and on behalf of local officials, the DC Financial Control Board, and the U.S. Congress. Before his service in local Washington, Tony worked in a variety of positions in federal, state, and local government, including as the first CFO of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, appointed by Bill Clinton and confirmed by the U.S. Senate. In addition to his work on company boards today, Tony devotes his attention also to issues of education and the environment, serving on the board of Fight for the Children and the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. He holds a BA from Yale, a master's degree from the Kennedy School, and a law degree from Harvard Law School, as well as a number of awards and honorary degrees, including Governing Magazine's Public Official of the Year in 1997. He's a fellow of the National Academy of Public Administration and former president of the National League of Cities. The title of Tony's presentation today is The Mayor as City Planner. I can attest to the fact that the attention that Tony Williams paid to planning for the needs and future of this city was extraordinary, and his detailed knowledge of our city is encyclopedic. As a planner, Mayor Williams has played a crucial role in shaping Washington's current geography and has left an indelible imprint on its evolving maps of today. His planning was also guided, I think, by a geographical vision. So in addition to introducing to you the mayor as city planner, I would also like to take the liberty of presenting to you today Mayor Tony Williams, the mayor as urban geographer as well. Tony?
So I've been out of office, so I'll tell you to continue. No, I'm just kidding. So what I want to do is I want to give you a presentation on one of the roles of a big city mayor, and a very, very important role, and that is as the city's planner. And I want to, first of all, thank some people, but before I even do that, I want to caution you, and that is to say that my remarks are more really personal and emotional and spontaneous, extemporaneous as they are academic and meticulous and methodical, which isn't to say they're completely baseless, but they just really come from no, they really are how I approach the city. People, literally from all my detractors bear witness from out of town, how I approached the city and thought about it, finding myself as one day the mayor of a great, iconic city, Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. So for those of you who would want something a little more meticulous, a little more footnoted, I would just cite the New Jersey motto, deal with it. Also just thank some people who really have brought me to this place. Clearly, I always say the civil rights movement, progressive, thoughtful government, which as I toured the Library of Congress and the MAP division, an example of thoughtful government doing the right thing and investing in the right way is our national government investing in the Library of Congress, and particularly in the MAP division, which is fabulous. And I urge all of you, I understand the open house is tomorrow, to really take the tour in the open house. It's it's a wonder and a glory of our nation, what is within these walls. So I want to thank them. I also want to thank the folks who worked on my team, Andrew Waldman, Ellen McCarthy, some folks who worked with me over the last couple of days in trying to pull this together. So I want to thank all of them. And then all the people in the city who are behind me and abided with me, like Councilman Charlene Drew Jarvis, herself a great scholar and real citizen of our city, who was one of my key colleagues and key partners. So all that very, very important. This is let me see if this works. Great. This is a bird's eye view of New Haven, Connecticut, around 1880s when these bird's eye views were in vogue. Now, why do I bring this bird's eye view to you? Well, it turns out that one of my previous incarnations before I was mayor was a proprietor of the Map Studio in Bethany, Connecticut, a little town outside of New Haven. I was a student at Yale. While I was a student, one of the things I kind of wandered into was politics. Another thing I wandered into was being the kind of curator and proprietor of the Map Studio, where we actually had a huge collection of late 19th century, everybody knows the F.W. Beers, all of you are map people, the F.W. Beers maps, right, and the wall maps, and the F.W. Beers atlases. We had a huge collection of these maps. We went all over the Northeast with these maps. We did some swimming, we did some paddling, we had a number of parties, we sold a couple of maps, but we had a great time with our little kind of wandering tribe with the maps. And so for a long, long time, I've really prided myself on a kind of understanding and knowledge, at least of part of the map world, and the important lessons that these maps and these bird's eye views tell you about the history of our city. I also come to appreciation of maps in another way, and that is, I grew up in Los Angeles. I grew up in the West Adams neighborhood of Los Angeles, and for all of you who understand urban history, you know about the destruction of the African-American neighborhood in St. Paul, where my dad was from, by I-94, a famous African-American neighborhood. I lived in a famous African-American neighborhood of Los Angeles, West Adams, which was obliterated, Robert Moses style, by the Santa Monica Freeway, now I-10. This was a beautiful neighborhood of stately, just magnificent craftsman homes. Go to Torrey Pines. In the Torrey Pines, you'll get the kind of feeling of the craftsman home, the craftsman style, obliterated by I-10. So I remember riding my bike up Cimarron over on Adams and seeing this huge canyon just one day out of the middle of nowhere. And at the time, I thought it was neat because I was 8, 9 years old. They were building this huge freeway, but I've come to realize, this happened all over the country, and it gave me a real acute sensitivity to the negative things, to the horrors that government could do without the right kind of thoughtful approach and the right kind of appreciation of doing things right. And then I came to my job as mayor with a kind of appreciation of, as a guy says in London on the underground, mind the gap. In public life and as a public manager, we're minding the gap a lot. What do I mean by the gap? We're minding the gap between the local and the global. So in a city, you're navigating and managing this contrast and this tension, if you will, between the local city and the global city. So if you go to a national airport, you're in the global city. Basically, an airport should meet international standards, should be, right, a great airport. Get on I-95, get on I-35, get on I-5, get off on any exit on one of these major interstates, and I dare you, in many instances, to tell me where you actually are, because you really don't know. Because what's happened is the leaders of these cities have completely confused the global and the local. They spend all their time, I think a lot of unnecessary time, tending to the global in ways that they really ought to be attending to the local, which is to say, rather than you go to Pittsburgh or go to St. Louis, hundreds and hundreds of small little jurisdictions, right? You go to many of these jurisdictions, you don't know which one you're in, right? They're all anonymous, all global, this kind of standardization, monetization taking place. They're all spending time on this standardization, right? And yet each of them have their own payroll and each of them have their own back office systems. I would argue they ought to be spending much more time individualizing their sense of place and much less time on this global, so the global and the local. The short term and the long term. People say there's a big difference between business and government, and there, hello, obviously there is. A lot of similarity, though, between right, Charlene, between the short-term hedge investor and the constituent. They all want everything last night, right? They don't want to hear about the long term. So what a leader has to do in a city, which is a real problem with planning in any city, is figuring out a way to keep your constituents happy and planning for the long term. Needless to say, a big part of a city is the local versus the regional, or I would put it this way, between the social logic of a city and the economic logic of a region. So if you look at a city like St. Louis, my wife is from St. Louis, I always mention the city of St. Louis. St. Louis is a spectacular example of the decline and fall, and we hope rise again of the American city. In 1904, the celebration of Lewis and Clark, the World's Fair, St. Louis at its heyday, over 800,000 in population. The suburban counties came to St. Louis around that time and wanted to become part of St. Louis. We don't want to be bothered with you heathens, right? You lowly counties. The imperial city wanted nothing to do with them. At the height of its power, over 800,000 in population, right? The migration from the farms to the city, industrialization, and then what happened? The Great Depression, World War II. In 1950, the beginning of the second phase. And in the second phase, what? Racial distancing, federal subsidies of housing, federal subsidies and transportation to get people to move from cities. Poor schools, poor management, poor schools, more distancing. And what happens? Cities across the United States. In St. Louis, for example, over 800,000 in population in 1950, now at around 300,000 in population. So the question is, how do cities manage this tension between the social logic, populations in many cities that are poor, older, sicker, how do they manage to address the needs of these populations, this social logic of inclusion, right, of equality, against the tension of the economic logic, if you will, of individualism and liberty and freedom of choice, and I want to go where the grass is greener, I got to educate my kids. How do cities manage that? Very, very important. So some of these maps, even though they're not of cities, show you the tensions that mayors are facing in all their different roles. And mayors have a range of different roles. Think about a mayor, think about an eagle. You know, the mayor has a big parade on Broadway for Charles Lindbergh. You know, the mayor's, strutting his or her stuff, big deal, right? Your team wins the Super Bowl, I wouldn't know. The mayor's a big deal, right? So the mayor's soaring like an eagle. But you have to understand, the eagle makes a living eating carrion, rats, robbing the osprey. It's not pretty, it's nitty-gritty. So all these different roles, what are some of these roles? The mayor as the chief constable, the mayor as the chief educator, the mayor as the chief engineer, the mayor as, all these different roles are played out in some of these views. Here is just a view from the Library of Congress collection that's actually online in maps in, kind of an exhibition of maps in of practical use of ethnic distribution. And I talked about poor, sicker populations, a population in Washington, D.C., right? We have the wealthiest population in the country, one of the highest concentrations, at one time the highest concentration of poverty in the United States, well-educated, huge amount of illiteracy. So ethnic distribution and how that maps to that. Hurricanes in the North Atlantic. You're the chief constable, you're the chief emergency manager. I woke up at night thinking about a hurricane coming up the Chesapeake, category 4. I rest my case, nightmare. Think of the levees, think of the importance of our river systems in Washington, D.C. The poor guy, I guess he's probably not employed there anymore. They forgot to put the floodgates up over in Georgetown, right? Here, a map of the city of Washington around the turn of the century, and just to show you some of these concerns of mayors are not new. The maps that I'm showing you are maps in 1880 by the chief engineer of Washington, who was working for my illustrious predecessor, I'm sure, Boss Shepard, who was a territorial governor at the same time. These are maps of everything from public education to gas lamps to public schools. To telegraphs, showing you the attention. I'll put it this way, article in the New York Times 2 or 3 months ago about a big data mining project, right, by IBM in Rio de Janeiro in preparation for the Olympics. This is to show you that maps is a tool. Maps is think about a mayor's job. Your job is to set a vision. Your job is to track that vision. Your job is to police boundaries in the way I just described, and your job is to collect information to feed back into that belief system, if you will. And from the very beginning, certainly in the 1880s, maps were part of the dashboard of the territorial governor at the time, trying to manage these different roles and manage these issues that I talked about. Now here's where I want to get into trouble, because this is just, again, my view of this and my kind of appreciation of this, and I think it actually has been kind of reinforced by some reading I've done by Alexander Garvin, the Yale planner and writer on these issues. A view of our city, the kind of iconic view of the mall, and you think of what's happening here. People say, well, you know, Washington, D.C. was built after it was designed on the basis of Paris, and clearly we all know that isn't true, because Paris as we know it and the Champs-Élysées and everything was done by Baron Haussmann and Napoleon III, so it couldn't have been, right, the precedent for the L'Enfant design as we know it. So really, what was it? In my view, what was happening here, this is a view of the Forbidden City. Again, I'm not a professional architect, I'm just a mayoral planner, so I can wing it a little bit. To me, this is a physical example, both of these, a physical example of what? The power of the emperor and the power of the private realm, order in a sea of chaos. That's what the Forbidden City is about. And I think that was picked up, this riff was picked up by the Palace of Versailles. This is a view looking out of Chateau Versailles and a map of it, right? And showing what? The corridor sweeping out from Le Roi du Soleil, right? The power of the Sun King, right? Radiating order and power out in the universe. And so what would I argue L'Enfant was doing with a 10 by 10? You know, my constituents would always tell me, you're not, you know, the Capitol really isn't in the center. Well, kind of bear with me. In my view, the Capitol's in the center, and the vision here is to show a repudiation of this private realm. Richard II, the sceptered isle, the isle of the king or the queen. This is a public realm now, a realm of the public, right? A realm of inclusion, a new capital of an empire of liberty stretching coast to coast. This is the public realm. So all these roles that I talk about go into, in my mind, the different features of the public realm. So what are these features of the public realm in my humble estimation? Well, I'm a financial person, so I would say the cornerstone of the public realm is public trust. So all the hysteria over the debt limit, why? Because it goes to the fundamental confidence in our country in public trust and accountability. So in other words, fiscal integrity, paying your bills, accountability, that's public trust, cornerstone of public realm. Public safety, if I can't go out in the street and I'm not safe in the public realm. The public realm's not working. Public services, for example, right? Public knowledge, our education, our libraries, right? All these are part of the public realm. You know, public service is a key part of the public realm. I remember people say, well, when the district years ago in DMV, they really didn't have any planning and there was no real understanding of anything, and that's not true. There were actual plans of customer service. I saw one of the plans. It was actually a call sheet for one of the operators at DMV, and it says, you have reached DMV. Please leave your name, number, and a time you call, and your call will be discarded in the order it was received. So you know. So anyway, all this goes into the public realm, but my problem was, if you look at the public realm, there's also something else going in here. So here I am, I'm the new mayor, I'm thinking I'm managing these issues, I've got these different roles, okay, there is this public realm, at least in my kind of conception of it. The public realm, in other words, in my view, is broader than an architect's notion that it's the public space hard against or ajar against, you know, private space. To me, it's something kind of much, it includes that, but it's more intangible, if you will. But I also realized that we had an 1800 plan, here the Capitol in the center, you know, so Abraham Lincoln, Rosa Parks lie in the center of this realm. And incidentally, you notice that we no longer have Virginia economic logic, Alexandria pulling away, right, in the early 19th century, economic logic. This is the 1906 version of the McMillan Plan, of Senator McMillan, which got through the Congress disguised as a recreation plan. He was a smart guy. If he said, I'm going to redo Washington, D.C., they'd probably still be debating it, but it kind of slipped through recreation plan for Washington, D.C. So all the configuration of the monuments we all know is a McMillan Plan. And incidentally, I would urge all of you, if you have a moment, to go over to the Building Museum and view the models from the 1900 McMillan Plan that are in the vault. They're just breathtaking to see. Now, you come on, how many mayors are going to the vault to look at the McMillan Plan models, right? Come on. Okay. And then moving on into different versions of this 1900 plan until we get to 1996, around the time I'm arriving, and I noticed two things. I noticed we had an 1800 plan, a 1900 plan. I'm like, duh, I'm mayor, it's 2000. You know, we should have a plan. He says, well, you know, you really shouldn't have a plan because it's really not the mayor's role. I said, what do you mean? He says, it's not the mayor's role. First of all, we have many other pressing things to do, and besides, it's the federal government's job. And I just beg to defer. I know I'm standing on federal property in the Library of Congress, but I just beg to defer. I think within the federal enclave, and clearly because we're the national capital, the federal government has a preeminent role. No question about that. None of us would argue that. And I actually think the NCPC can play a powerful role in that, as well as trying to act as a lever or a vehicle for more regional approaches to things. But as I always told my people, and Charlene will tell you, I always told our constituents was, you know, how can a self-respecting city not develop its own plan? It's like your identity. It's how you think about yourself. It's how you present yourself to the world, right? How can you not have your own plan, right? This is who we are and what we aspire to be. So we need to have our own plan. It needs to be inclusive. Can't be just an exclusive group of white guys doing the plan, no offense. And it also has to be more inclusive geographically, because one of the things you notice is that our city is a divided city. Some of the views of this over time, you know, this is kind of Corbusier and his kind of view of, you know, the city as it's expressed in Washington, D.C. Another issue that I faced, I just spoke at a New Cities conference in Paris. And oh my God, great conference, but oh my God, it was in this place called La Défense. You know, it's kind of like if you want to go to Tyson's without going to Tyson's, but go to Paris to go to Tyson's, go to La Défense. Okay. You know, neglected neighbors, you know, this whole notion of the divide in our city. Here's a great example. Here's Anacostia, and this is, I mixed this up and excuse me. Here's a view of here's a view of, hey, you know, here's a view of the Potomac, and a view of the Capitol from the Potomac, a view of the Capitol from the Anacostia. So clearly there's a part of our city that's neglected economically. I felt also neglected from a planning point of view. Here's a view looking at the Anacostia Basin. I remember driving around the Anacostia Basin in the area of the Frederick E. Douglass Bridge, the present site of, you know, Florida Cement, present site of the stadium, and I couldn't believe that this was the capital of the United States. Here's an example of how geographically and kind of the way we conceive our city is very, very exclusive. If you look at this postcard of Washington, D.C., you really don't see anything about the Anacostia or anything about a big, big part of Washington, D.C. So one of the things we set about doing was to try to be more inclusive and to widen the scope, right, of our vision. Involve more people, widen the scope of our vision, provide more inclusiveness along a number of different lines, economic, social, and political. And this actually became the antecedent. The work that we did on the Anacostia actually is the antecedent for the work that's being done by Andrew now as the head of the Olympic Legacy in East London, where the UK and the City of London is attempting to do on the Thames in East London what we're attempting to do and have been doing on the Anacostia. And I'm very, very proud of that because, You know, for the UK and for London to be looking at Washington, D.C. as a precedent, we should be proud of that. So this is, this divided city that I talked about, this is an example of some of the issues and using maps to show some of these issues. Poverty, adults without college degrees, unemployment. One of the issues in planning, you know, to share with you that's a really important issue and it's a very, very difficult issue is not just the long-term, short-term, the regional, versus the local, the federal, local, all these issues. Another issue is an issue of prioritization. The spectacular failure of prioritization in urban planning recently was in New Orleans, where ULI, a fantastic group, but ULI down late and more recently the Rockefeller Foundation trying to work with the city of New Orleans to rebuild New Orleans after Katrina. So one of the major messages from the ULI was that New Orleans has to prioritize, but the way in which all of us would agree, right, as planners, part of planning is focusing and prioritizing. This came out right through the funnel and the mouthpiece and the communication, some kind of benighted communications device. It came out, we're going to basically invest in part of the city and ignore part of the city. Horrible, right? In fact, what we tried to do in Washington, D.C. is we tried to take the city, as we broaden the scope of the city, include more of the city. At the same time, we tried to prioritize what we were doing in the city. And now it can be said, now that I'm out of office, I actually did prioritize what we did in the city. So for example, in the northwest part of the city, really the northwest part of the city provides services and don't build anything. It's basically what people in Northwest want, right? It's kind of like maintain, right? The poorest parts of the city east of the river require major intervention that builds from strength, hence the Anacostia Waterfront Initiative, to make inroads into these neighborhoods. And then the transitional neighborhoods are the neighborhoods where you don't have major projects, but where you can take particular measures to try to turn around neighborhoods. An example of a transitional neighborhood that worked out beautifully was Columbia Heights. The Target in Columbia Heights, those of you who work with us on that, we went through hell to build that Target. That Target was like the Bataan Death March. But it's now one of the highest grossing targets in the eastern United States, an example of prioritizing and planning, but very, very difficult to do in an urban setting. And here, another part of the planning initiative to share with you, you know, Mayor Gray had a citizen summit, and Washington Post reporters were saying, I think it was Washington Post, one of the papers was saying, well, Mayor Williams had these summits because he was emotionally deficient or, you know, nerdy, and this was his way to show that he was connecting with the people. No. My idea was that strong leadership is humility and fierce resolve. Part of being a good mayor, and hence part of being a good planner, is basically exposing yourself to abuse, right? You basically want to sit down and listen to people, even if you know they disagree with you, even if you know they're going to basically criticize you, to sit and listen to them and to do what? To make a major kind of apportionment, which is kind of the job of urban planning in my mind from a political point of view. And what is that? So we had the Citizen Summit. This was people said, well, nobody, Yogi Berra, nobody comes to the Citizen Summits. You know, 4,000 people came to these things 4 times, right? They spent 8 hours talking about a view of the city. The third summit was around the time we were closing the hospital. And I did a poll at the summit, and I said, how many people think we ought to close the hospital? Basically, everybody said no. And I said, okay, like Tip O'Neill at the Democratic Convention, in the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, we're going to close the hospital. People say, well, you're crazy. I said, well, look, you elected me to lead. 70% of the time, we're going to basically listen to what you're saying. 30% of the time, we're going to use the tools at our disposal to actually make a long-term planning effort. Now, I have some other slides, but I don't want to confuse what I'm saying to you, because I want to make one more point. Along with the Anacostia revitalization agenda, there was something else that we did that I hope will stand the test of time, and that is, in my final days, as we were waiting to escape the city into exile, no, I'm just kidding, but in my final, you know, one of the things I like about Boss Shepherd is, you know, I mentioned him in the 1880s, is he left to go to Mexico. I find this very romantic. Why did he go to Mexico? But anyway, So actually, you know, when Adrian Fenty was sworn, this is actually a true story, when Adrian Fenty was sworn in, I thought it would be romantic to go to Argentina because it would look like I had been deposed and I was in Argentina. I'm waiting by the phone for my call, please. But one of the things we were doing in our final moments, but seriously, one of the things we wanted to do was, if you think about Paris, again, I'm not a professional architect, just a mayor, but I think of Paris and I say, you know, look, there are some beautiful buildings in Paris, but we don't think Paris is a beautiful city because of some one or two buildings. We think it's a beautiful city because of the overall effect of the city. And why is that? Because over eons, it seems like now, there's been very consistent planning that's very sustained and very, very painstaking, very, very methodical that goes to land use in Paris. And one of the things I wanted to do, Charlene, while no one was really paying attention, was really put in place a good comprehensive plan for Washington, D.C. And it's my dream and my ambition that 40, 50 years from now, when I'm long gone, and my granddaughter Naya is mayor, I hope, that we'll look at what's happened in 2040 or 2050 or 2060, a restored Anacostia River that really brings our people together in a vibrant, robust way, a comprehensive plan that really shapes the destiny of our city as a true nation's capital that's a real, not just ensemble of monuments, but a real living, breathing example of democracy in a vibrant city. I think we'll really be able to say that in 2040 or 2050, the job of one mayor at one time as an urban planner was a job pretty well done. That's my ambition. Thank you all very much.
We will take some questions for the mayor if you have any.
No. I'm really excited about taking this job with the Federal City Council and really trying to do some exciting work with the Federal City Council, working with colleagues like Charlene Drew Jarvis. I see Richard Levy, others of you who are on that panel. So I'm looking forward to that. And supporting our mayor.
I have a question. I'm up here. Sorry. One, I want to thank you, Mayor Williams, over here, up here.
Oh, okay, yes, hi.
In the pink. I want to thank you for all that you did for the city and for, personally, my daughter was on the council that you had for the youth. I think that was you.
Oh.
She's 28 now.
Huh.
And it really set the stage for her as being able to serve. And she was involved, not just peripherally, but she was really involved in a lot of activities that she wouldn't have had an opportunity to do, going to a private school. And I wanted to thank you for that. But I also wanted to ask, is there something that you see that we can do within this community of lovers of the city, that as we leave this building, that you would like to carry forth, that we could carry forth for your vision for the city in that 40 or 50 years, because I think that you have set the stage quite a bit, and I appreciate it. So just want to know what you'd like us to do.
No, I would just, all of you, I would just keep in mind this notion of the public realm and the key parts of it. So, for example, this is my editorial opinion. So number one, public accountability. I would say, now we're getting into, this is really about maps, but I'm big behind Nat Gandhi continuing because I think we need continuity in terms of public trust and faith in our government. Public safety, I think, Kathy Lanier, a fantastic job. Public knowledge and education, we often talk about the schools. We need to think about continuing education as part of that education matrix. And very, very importantly, continue the work we've started very, very powerfully with the libraries and get around like every other major iconic city and have a first-class central library, I think is an important part of our city. And then lastly, and this is true to form here, and I think this is so important, keep a strong, important planning office and a preeminent planner in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is a kind of city that should have a star planner. I think we have one right now, and we need to continue to have one.
Mayor, as the former mayor, would you explain the rationale of why you wanted to close the University of the District of Columbia in the grand scheme of planning for the city?
That's old news. I never wanted to close the University District of Columbia. I don't know where you got that. What I wanted to do was I wanted to, in a way that turned out to be not very practical and well thought out, reinforce the University of the District of Columbia. So that's not true. I never wanted to close the university. Yeah.
Do you have any opinion on the current attempt to revisit the height limit and to allow buildings to go beyond the 1910 building height limit?
Well, all of us, in this business, we all know that at the time of the founding of our city, there really were a couple of differences. There was Carrollsburg, right? Then we started Washington up. We already had Georgetown. We had Alexandria. Then, pardon me? Hamburg, right. As the city started going, though, really the ancient city was below Florida Avenue. So, if anything, I would always want to keep a height limitation within the ancient city, if you will, right? Whether you do something beyond that, let's say east of the river or farther out on the outskirts, to me would be open to debate. But in the center of the city, I think the height limitation has worked very, very well. Another reason why I always supported the height limitation was I actually thought it was good for development because it's uneconomical for a developer, right? But it squished the development out. Now that we're, second or third greatest center of real estate development in the universe, I'm not sure that's as true anymore, but I'm still basically a fan of the height limitation. I think that's actually a good point because you don't have a magic. When I looked at the city, we talk about maps as a dashboard. Another dashboard that you have is obviously your financial statement, and you look at your income, and your income's coming where is it most likely to grow? Is most likely to grow in the income tax level, and that's going to grow because of new residents. And I always would tell people, and people disagree with me. I'm sure some of you disagree with me. You need new residents to help provide the revenue to provide the services that people would need, demand, and rightly so from their government, right? So how do you try to balance that? What we tried to do was make a heavy emphasis on a couple things. One was a lot of projects were going through what's called expiring use. No, their contracts were expiring. They were subject to prepayment. You were subject to losing all these low-income units. I can tell you our people spent enormous amount of time saving some of these projects, some of them right around Columbia Heights, around the Target. Another example, and Steve Green, who was my development director, is here, can attest to this, and we started the Hope 6, which is a mixed-use, low-income housing project developed by Henry Cisneros and Jack Kemp back in the day. When we first started these, yes, there was displacement because there was very little replacement of the low-income units, and I'm proud to say the last projects we did, there was basically one-for-one replacement of all the low-income units in those projects, and I'm proud of that. But it is very, very difficult to do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
We have a reception in room 119. I hope you can join us, and then you maybe have a chance to answer and talk with more of the people in the auditorium. Our next session tomorrow will convene tomorrow morning at 9:30 in the Montpelier room located on the 6th floor of the library's James Memorial Building. Again, I hope you can join us in room 119, one floor up, and our staff will direct you to that site. Thank you.
This has been a presentation of the Library of Congress. Visit us at loc.gov.